Good evening, everybody! Welcome to one of the most anticipated events of our 2023 calendar year. It's our annual Indianapolis 500 time trials. Drivers are steeling themselves for the first group of qualifying runs. The tension and excitement are palpable. There is really nothing like this event. Indeed, it is the race before the race. Over the next several hours, 39 drivers, I think now 40 actually, we had a 40th join, from all over the world will vie for our 33 starting positions in the next Sunday's 1987 Indianapolis 500-mile race. Never before have we seen this much interest, this much excitement in the month of May at ISO, and we couldn't be happier. When I say we, I mean the admin team. And we thank everybody for taking part, and we wish them all the best of luck on their qualifying runs. And I'm joined in the booth by Juha Bos. Juha, good evening.
Good evening, Jason.
My teamie.
Exactly.
Yes. We are teammates in the Marlboro team. We have worked extremely hard on our setups for this qualifying, but that doesn't mean that we're not scared as hell about making mistakes. It's going to be really exciting to see how things shake out. So, when you talk about truly great sporting events, Juha, the ones that are at the top of the list are the ones that transcend the sport, so to speak. You know, they're the kind of races that, or sorry, not races, just events that become part of a national or an international zeitgeist. I'll give you some examples. You may not follow American football, but you know what the Super Bowl is. You may not follow horse racing, but you're aware of the Kentucky Derby, which just happened yesterday, and by the way, was an excellent race. Very exciting 2 minutes. And you may not know anything about automobile racing, but you're aware of the Indianapolis 500-mile race. Run since 1911. There were breaks during the war periods, but every month of May, just like Paul Page just said, a page in American history is written on this 2.5-mile oval, which is really a rounded-off rectangle. Today, drivers will be doing 4-lap runs, which amounts to 10 miles, and they have to run obviously as fast as they can, and the average speed over those 4 laps will determine their qualifying speed for the race. And only 33 drivers will be starting next Sunday. One of the week's biggest stories, or several weeks' biggest stories, has been the pace of Brian Janik. He's colloquially known as the Detroit Demon. I'll take that. I'll take responsibility for that moniker. But the question is, can he do that speed over a 4-lap period? We're not looking at him on the track right now. We're looking at just cars practicing ahead of the time trials. So what do you think, Juha? Do you think that he can actually generate that kind of pace that he's shown on the server for 4 laps?
Well, I think he can. Well, I'm not definitely doing it. I think he can. He's done, well, proven quick in the past. So I would dare to put my money on him if I were a neutral spectator. He has the Codsworth against Yilmore, so maybe slightly less power, but that doesn't seem to just set him down.
Yeah, I'd say that, it's definitely a possibility that he's going to take the pole. One of the things to keep in mind is that, you have tools in the cockpit to work with the car during the lap, because as that right front tire heats up, there's going to be a chance to have the car push out to the wall or maybe do something else really strange. So if you have those tools mapped properly, it's a chance for you to make adjustments as you go. I know that you and I are both going to be working with the tools as we do our run for just that reason. So who knows? Maybe Janik will be able to silence the doubting Thomases and get the pole for the 500. Others to watch will be yourself and possibly me, we'll see, in the Marlboro-sponsored Patrick Marches with the Chevy Ilmore engine. Very quick, but not proven in terms of reliability. Jacob William of GP Laps is here, and he's going to be driving the number 87 United Oil entry, and he's shown some good speed in practice. So, and he's running actually his own separate stream to show his qualifying performance. So we thank him for his interest, because we all love the content that he produces on YouTube, and having him as part of the race is definitely it's a big treat for us. And I would also keep in mind Jules Bouchard, who's our 86 F1 championship leader. He's a driver who definitely could turn in a fast performance. And the Radals, Grant and Ray, they're both really quick drivers. Are there any drivers that you're thinking of in particular, Juha, that you would keep an eye on?
Well, I think you listed the most important ones. I think those are the ones to watch out for, especially given the lap times they've posted. It's nice to see someone new bring attention to our league and broadcasting his own runs. So I'm able to get some extra spectators for the rest of the event outside his own stream.
Yeah, we're bracing for a bit more audience than we're used to having here at ISO with the addition of Jacob to the. I believe there might be a switchover in the server going on as we speak, but.
Yeah, the session just ended.
Oh, I see. All right. Well, in any case, one other piece of information for those of you who are watching: the 2022 500 winner Richard Coxon is elected not to defend his crown, and that car. That won the race last year is now piloted by Adam Hackman, who was the pole winner for last year. So if anybody deserves to wear the number one in the car for this 500, it would be Hackman, and it would actually be true to tradition. There are times throughout the history of the race, especially the modern period, where even if there's a separate championship going on, the driver who won the previous race will have number one, and we can't have that, so Hackman won the pole for the last race, so having him in the number one car makes sense.
And he gets to qualify first as well.
Yeah, which I'm
makes
sure
even more sense.
Well, I'm sure he's really happy about that, because people who get to qualify first, they get all the stress out of the way, and then they get to watch as other people traverse the 2.5 mile oval. So we've had a look at the track, and of course, by the way, coming up in 1 week, all of this drama and pageantry that we have for you today, and probably confusion that's going to occur, but we'll just roll with it. That's what we do. Next week, the 71st Indianapolis 500-mile race, 1987 edition, and check the forum for the start time. My guess is it's going to be 1900 CEST.
Yes, because it could be 1900 CEST.
Yeah, because of the increased distance. But this is also round 2 of 5 in the 2023 LVT crown, the Lucas Vidra Trophy. So that's going to be Sunday, May 14th, broadcasted by Johnny Aces and I believe Alberto Ibanez with the color commentary. So it should be a very exciting race, a lot of familiar faces and many new faces. And I'm really anxious to see how this is going to shake out today. We know who's quick. We know who's going to struggle. We do know there's going to be bumping, because there's a full 40-car field trying to squeeze into 33, which obviously physically can't happen. So there will be bumpage.
We know who's quick, but are they going to do it to get in qualifying? That's true. That's the main question.
That's true. Yes, we do know that. Yes. All right. So we also have trivia questions for you during the qualifying today. Let's have a look at some of them here. First one for you to ponder is: the permanent seating capacity of IMS is upwards of how many people? Is it A, 250,000, B, 350,000, or is it C, 400,000? And we're referring to the way it is right now, not the way it was in 1987. We'll have the answer later on in the broadcast. So we got roughly about 15 minutes here to go until we have the actual qualifying start. So people are making preparations. There's Angel May out on the track. She's driving a year-old March with a Cosworth engine, which is a pretty reliable combination. Let's ride with her as she crosses the start-finish line, heads into turn 1, letting off the throttle, now back onto it again, swinging back out to the South Chute wall, then into turn 2. There are the luxury suites just ahead. Accelerating up the back straightaway. I say up because she's heading north now. And then the diabolical turn 3, which has very little in the way of markings. And you can see she missed her apex there. It's very, very difficult to find the entry point to turn 3. Now into turn 4. Exiting onto the main straightaway, you see the dashed line leading you to the pit lane. She's not like to go there. Let's take one more lap with Angel May. Into turn 1. She's turning in a bit late into the turn, but everybody's going to have their different approaches here. Some people are going to have a very late arc going into the corner with the idea of that if you go in late, you're going downhill and you increase speed that way. But of course, you have to be very precise when you do that. Now heading into turn number 3. Much better entrance this time. Sweeping out to the North Chute wall. And then down into turn 4. Sweeping back out again. So you can see, and there she glances off the wall just a little bit. You can see how you have to be very precise in these corners. It's a very, very delicate balance between being quick and being out of control around here. Okay, there we go. So let's take a look at some other stats here. Hang on. This is there's a lot of stuff to go through today, so I apologize for the slight snafu there, but it's let's see. There's one that we can look at here that would be good. Juha's put together a big collection of stats for us, and I'm going to try to bring them in here and show them to you. Let's see. Okay. The stats are on the screen right now. This is looking at the combined HSO and ISO Indianapolis results over the past, good grief, since 2009. And thank you for preparing these, Juha.
You're welcome.
We look back at 1960, and we can see that JP Campmajo was the pole winner, and he's a guy who built a lot of the open wheel racing sims that we enjoyed. And Guillaume Seibert, co-founder of HSO, in 2010. The winner both years was Richard Bouchaw. I've never met this guy, I've never raced against this guy, but apparently he won the first 2 races with the 1960 mod. Then there was a third 1960 race in 2014. There was a bit of a break there, and JP Campmajo won, Austin Johnson with the pole, and then we have the 2 1973 races. Becknell and Forrester getting the poles there, and those races were run by Richard Coxon. I believe he was in a papaya orange McLaren, and Peter Blom, I forget what car he drove in 2016. 2017, the 1988 mod made its appearance with Drexler winning the pole. I believe he was in Sullivan's car. And
He was, yes.
And the race was run by Jari Brupacher, who we promptly never heard from again. So he came and went very quickly. 2018, 1974 mod, Pascal Mikola won the pole. Austin Johnson won the race. The following year, 88 mod appeared again. I was the pole sitter. Mick Chapman won in the Sullivan car. 2020, we did 1974 one more time. Brian Janik was the pole sitter, and David Jakes won. I believe he was in Dick Simon's car. 2021 was the 1978 mod introduction. I was the pole sitter in that case, and Cezarius Lipinski went on to win in, I believe, AJ Foyt's car. 2022 last year, which was the first year for the 1987 mod, Adam Hackman was the pole winner in AJ Foyt's number 14, and Richard Coxon won that year in the True Sports Lola, and that is his second win. So if you look at the stats there, we have two-time winners, Richard Coxon and Richard Bouchard. There's not to be any other repeat winners, and there's not going to be a repeat winner, there's not going to be a three-time winner today because Coxon's not here. But there's definitely possibilities of people who could become two-time winners, like Cezarius is one. I think Cezarius might be the only one on this list who's capable of becoming a two-time winner. So let's take a look at some other stats that you have here for us. The engine and chassis combinations here. So this shows us what the preferred, or how many different chassis and engine combinations there are. The March 87C Cosworth combination is obviously the one that has the most numerous chassis with 13. The next down will be the March 86C Cosworth. So, and then it starts to trickle down from there. But that gives you an idea of the different... of all the different chassis and engine combinations that there are, even though it is a spec series. And then if we look at the just individual chassis, there's 19 March 87Cs, 12 March 86Cs, so it's March predominantly. And then Lola has 6 T87s, March 85C there's 2, and then 1 Lola T8600. And then if we have a look at one more stat here, the engines. Cosworth is obviously in front with 29. Ilmore Chevy has 5. Buick V6 are 3. Brabham Honda 2, and Chevy V6 the blowtorch. There's only one of those. One and only. That it'll be interesting to see if that Chevy V6 makes the race, because it's a stock block along with the Buick V6s. What are your thoughts on power plants? Which do you think is the best choice? And is there a difference between qualifying and race for choice?
I think there is a difference, especially if you're running one of those stock blocks. Just to make the fuel consumption the race, you'll be at a disadvantage. Cosworth and Ilmore obviously have the edge on the others, which is why that's what you find in the majority of the cars. So it's unlikely that anything else than a Cosworth or an Ilmore can win this. Although the Judd's engine or Honda or whatever you wish to call it could be an outsider due to its fuel consumption.
Yeah, that's the one trump card that the Brabham Honda has, is the fuel consumption. Is that it's a lot, it can go a little further on a tank than some of the other cars. Chevy V6, definitely, that'll be one to watch for sure. It's going to be qualified by somebody other than who's racing it, so that means we might have a couple of cars that'll go to the back just for that reason. So, all right, so on the track now, just watching cars go around. We got about 9 minutes left to go here. see who else we can grab here. Maybe someone that's particularly fast. There's Ray Radal. Ray Radal is driving the car that won the pole in the real life for this race. And this is the 1987 Lola Chevy driven by Mario Andretti, which led most of the way in 1987 and then failed to finish because of a fuel delivery problem, actually. The fuel system flooded the engine. So it wasn't really technically the Ilmore engine that let him down. All right, here he is now, riding on board into the first turn. He's got a very, very nice arc going into the turn, sweeps out to the wall. It looks like he's got plenty of grip in that car because he's not feeling the pressure to take it all the way out to the outside wall and let it run free. He feels like he can run pretty much where he wants. Coming down the back straightaway now. Into turn 3. He heads out one more time. Now into turn 4. So the car overall seems very well balanced. This would definitely be the most aerodynamic package that's being offered. Into turn number 1. Oh my goodness, he's bothered there by ping from someone who's joining. But he heads into turn 2. Pretty well controlled pace there, Juha. So I think he's in excellent shape for the race coming up. He may not qualify as high as others, but I think for race he's going to have an excellent package to run. Coming off the 4th turn, heading on the front straightaway now. This track, billiard table smooth. It probably had some bumps here and there in real life, but in any case, that's. This is probably one of the better cars in the mod overall. See who else is out here. There's Adam Hackman in the Red Roof Inn's #1 True Sports car. I think he's another one for the race that could be a real threat to win. He has a very, very smooth line around this track without too much trouble. So keep an eye on Adam. He's running a Cosworth engine, which, as we mentioned before, is the preferred engine. The other thing you'll notice about this version of Indianapolis is that the track has very little groove on it. And so you really have to have everything timed particularly right in order to get around this track well. You don't have a line to follow, so to speak. Oh my goodness, there's some smoke in front of Hackman here. Oh, shoot. Well, that's not a problem that he's going to have to worry about on his qualifying run. He's going to be the only car on the track, as is everybody else. 4 time laps, the classic format. And it's still used today, by the way, by the current IndyCar series. And of course, after today, the real work starts. Not that this wasn't real work, but the work to get the car ready to go for the 500 miles. It's a totally different setup. You're setting up to have an engine that's going to last 500 miles. Certainly, it's going to be a difficult challenge because you want to be quick, but you also want to finish. All right, so about 5 minutes to go. I predict that Janik is probably going to win the pole. What's your prediction, Juha?
Yeah, that looks most likely, yes. I think if we can keep it together for sorry, for four laps, you should be on to a winner, yes.
Yeah, I was on the server a while back, And I remember particularly that he was running. He seemed to be. He did one very clean run of 42.7 second laps. Just boom, 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 just knocked them out. If he can do that, I think he's probably the favorite for the pole. But that was with nobody else around, and he was just, there was no pressure on him to do anything. He went and did it, and that was it. It may be a different story when he's called to the track. We'll see. But we know that his car is capable of that kind of speed. All right, so those of you who are watching on YouTube, another thing I would point out, if you look in the description for the event, for the video, you'll find a link that'll take you to the timing and scoring chart, which Juha has expertly put together. He's so good at this stuff. And the chart is, I'm going to be following it as well here, will give us the average speed as it continues throughout the run. And we'll have the individual 4-lap qualifying speeds at the very end. So, and in order to get the speed out of the seconds, it has to be divided, 9,000 divided by that number of seconds. So the chart does that for us automatically. Well, for us and for you watching the race, so or the qualifying. So keep that in mind, and you'll be able to follow along with us as the grid is formed. We've got 15 viewers on YouTube right now. There's nothing much to watch at the moment, but in about 120 seconds here, we'll be ready to go.
Yes, and there's a server reset incoming, so just warn you that the image is going to disappear for a few seconds.
Because we're going over to the qualifying session.
Yeah, because I have to reset it, because qualifying is, well, currently set to last only 2 minutes, which is a bit short.
Oh, I see. So you're going to have to yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, but it's already ongoing, so it's
all right.
Taken care of. There you go. And while we're at it, if the people in the first group would like to join the server.
Now everybody on TV knows what it looks like when this loads in the game. There we go. AMS, which is the platform we use. Which really is, the engine is the same as R Factor, just expanded upon. But definitely has been the basis for many fantastic races over the last few years. I think back to when I first started doing sim racing in 2011, Juha, and I cannot believe so much time has passed. It's ridiculous. All right, so the server's loading back up again, and now you've added enough time so there's no chance that there's going to be an issue with somebody joining the server or running out of time in qualifying. Yes. All right.
Okay, so well, the first batch of I think it's 11 drivers, if I'm right. Let's see if most of them are already there.
We're looking on board now with Adam Hackman, who apparently is going to be the first one to go to the track. And I've got my we're going to have the voice of the late Tom Carnegie to launch qualifying for us here. I was talking to August Watring the other day on the server, and he's just so pumped. He says, "I love the month of May." He's all about Indianapolis, and he and I, Juha, I went to qualifying and time trials with Adam Hackman and August Watring, and we sat way up high in the first turn penthouse boxes, where you can see the most of the track, and the spotters were up there too for the same reason, because you can see most of the track. And guess who was up there sitting behind us?
Well, I'll leave you to it because I've got no idea. I have to start guessing.
None other than Dwayne Poncho Carter. He was up there.
I would have never guessed that.
Well, I didn't realize that he was well camouflaged with sunglasses and a hat and stuff. And Adam's like, Pancho Carter's right back there. And I'm like, oh, so he is. And I forget who he was spotting for, but he was a spotter for somebody. So Pancho Carter, whose car is, of course, in this mod, the number 29 March 87 Cosworth Hardee's. And he also was, the only race I believe he won was the Michigan 500 in 1981. So we're waiting now for the start of qualifying. Sitting here.
Yes, we're waiting for two more drivers. Jules Bouchard just joined. So waiting for Brian Janik to rejoin. Apparently has a few issues. And Ray Riddall. And once they have both joined, we can go.
Okay. So this is eating a bit into
they
our...
have 3 minutes left, well, as Ray.
Okay, so we're just waiting for one here, and then we can kick off time trials. If Tom Carnegie were on here, he'd be going, now stand by for qualifications. I never got to go to the race when Carnegie was when Carnegie ran the PA, but his booming voice was legendary, announcing the new track records. All right, so waiting patiently here for...
Well, Brian appears to have issues, so...
God, that's a big story.
I'll move him to the back of the queue so we can get going.
Goodness, if that's the case, that's a huge story that Brian is not able to go to to do his run. That's huge. So now Adam Hackman moves to the front of the queue, and well, he was at the front of the queue, but that means that
he was at the front of the queue anyway.
That means that Bouchard is going to... So now I gotta find Hackman again here real quickly. The joys of live broadcasting. That's the thing. You always want everything to go perfectly right in this broadcast, and it never does. It's always frantic.
Exactly.
But
there we go. It took a few seconds to switch session. Sorry.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are experiencing technical difficulties. Please stand by.
Doing the work on the server of calling drivers to the track. That's Tim Hiller.
Tim Hiller. So yeah, let's go through who our actual the people who are doing the work for us today. Obviously, Juha, you're a big part of what's going on. You're running the server. Tim Hiller is the clerk of the course, calling people to the track. You're going to be inputting the times, correct?
Yes.
So there's a lot of work that's going on behind the scenes here. I'm doing the broadcast, so it's a team effort here to get this to work and to bring you the 5 minutes of TV time for every driver here. All right, so now the cars are loading, and I believe we have Adam Hackman there, and he's heading to the track.
Your attention, please. The track is open for qualification.
Yes! And with the voice of Tom Carnegie giving us... Here we go. Our first driver to qualify today hails from the United States. He has done a lot of sim racing with us over the last few years. He is very quick. He especially loves IndyCar racing. His name is Adam Hackman, and I've had the pleasure to meet his acquaintance a couple of times in Indianapolis. He is a great enthusiast of this sport and a really cool guy, nice guy. Heading down the back straightaway now, we're going to have only one lap to warm up instead of the two that typically happen, but he's heading through 3 now. On his way into turn 4 towards the start-finish area, and he will start. Oh my goodness, very loose on the exit there. He's going to start his qualifying run, and he's on it. Adam Hackman, for True Sports, starts his qualifying run. This is a 1987 Lola. It is powered by a Cosworth. A very, very good combination. A combination that has won the race. It won the race last year. Heading down the back straightaway. That screaming Cosworth. I didn't want to have to listen to that engine the entire time that I was running the race, so I chose the Chevrolet. That was one of the main reasons, besides the fact that it's quick. As now, here comes Adam Hackman off at the fourth turn, heading down the front straightaway. What will the first lap bring? He crosses the yard of brick. Time and speed report coming in 42.983, 209.385 miles per hour on the first lap for Adam Hackman. That is a great opening lap, Juha.
That is a great opener, yes. That's starting with a 42 immediately.
So excellent run already. So he's got this car hooked up. Now the question is, can he improve upon that in lap number 2? Swings out in North Chute. Coming down very close to the line, but not too close. He doesn't want to, if you sniff that line, you're in big trouble. Coming down to complete lap number 2, crosses the line. And we look for the time and speed report. 42.754, 210.507 miles per hour. He is averaging, for the 2 laps, 209.946 miles per hour. He's on his third lap, going down the back straightaway. Heading into turn 3 now. Very good arc, just grazes the white line. Back out to the North Chute. And now heading through turn number 4. Down, touches the white line. He is definitely on a charge. Could we see the same car win 2 years in a row, but with different drivers? Crosses the start-finish line. Adam Hackman, his third lap, just a little bit slower. 42.889, 209.844 miles per hour. So his average to this point is 209.912. Very respectable, very fast. Through the North Chute one more time, and he almost kisses the wall there. Down to the... This is an excellent run. Coming off the fourth turn, beautiful. Heading down to take the end of the run is Adam Hackman, True Sports. Crosses a line, decelerates, shuts her down. Final lap, his best lap, 42.678, 210.881 miles per hour. The average for the 4 laps, 210.154. And for the moment, he is the pole sitter. He's the only car that's run so far, so he is de facto the pole sitter. We'll see if someone can knock him off that pole in one of the subsequent runs. Great run by Adam Hackman. Fantastic.
Yeah, very clean as well. It looked really, really tidy. No moments. Really, it's what you want.
Yeah, it's exactly what you're after. And, sorry, I had the wrong graphic up there. It's out of order these times. This is Matthew Sibignani. And he is driving the car that actually won this race back in 1987. A surprise 4th win for Al Unser Sr. And this is a year-old March powered by a Cosworth. The story behind this car is an interesting one, or this entry. The 25 was originally a black car that was to be driven by Danny Ungaius. Danny had an accident in practice and was deemed not able to race by the medical officials. So Roger Penske made a last-minute deal with Al Unser to drive the number 25. They got this spare car out of a hotel lobby or something, I think it was.
Yes, a hotel lobby.
And got it ready to race. As now Matthew takes the green flag heading into turn 1, and that used car ended up being the winner in 1987. A very unlikely story.
It's also the only non-Ilmor engine Penske entry.
Yes, the other 2 have Ilmors. This one has a Cosworth. As evidenced by the scream of the engine, as Matthew is heading down the back straightaway now into the 3rd turn. He's shifting, Juha. That's kind of surprising to me.
That's not what you're looking for. That means there's an issue somewhere.
That's maybe a European approach too, and there is shifting in modern Indy cars, but not of this vintage. Heading into the first turn once again, let's see what the time and speed report brings for Matthew Sibignani, 46.853, 192.090 miles per hour. I think I can safely say that that's not going to make the show.
No, that's not gonna do it. No.
So he's going to have to pick it up very quickly here. Yes, commentary on the YouTube chat from people who watched Adam's run GP laps. I believe that's Jake says it certainly sets a high bar for everyone. And yes, it certainly does. All right, here comes Matthew Sibignani off of turn number 4, heading down. Oh my goodness, he's all over the place in that march. Heading down now to take the take that lap. Now going to the next one. His second lap comes in at time and speed report 47.
Sorry.
That's all right. 47.492, 189. So it's slower. 189.506 miles per hour. His average for the 2 laps is 190.798. If I were him, I'd wave this off now. Because
his attempt in there, so you might count on somebody failing or thinking, I want at least an attempt in, but yeah, it definitely does not look good enough to make the show.
No, he's going to get bumped out probably at a speed like this as he crosses the line one more time. Third lap complete, 46. That could have. Now, that could be part of the problem right there. His ping is, okay, now, if he's smart, he's going to wave this off. And I believe that's what he's doing. Yes. This is a smart thing to do. He needs to come back and try again later, hopefully faster. So, Matthew Sibignani waves off his first run, incomplete. So, we have our first wave off of the day. Yeah, that was the bright thing to do. Because I don't think that was going to garner him the spot he wanted. Next one up is Rob de Vries. I believe he's Dutch.
Yes, he is.
All right, and he is driving Michael Andretti's Krakow March 87C Cosworth. Here he comes out of Gasoline Alley, ready to take on this 2.5 mile rounded off rectangle into turn 1. He's just on his warm-up lap, but this is probably one of the more numerous combinations in the field, the March 87C Cosworth, and it's a good package. I would expect it's not as slippery as the Lola, the March 87C, but it does respond to commands very well, and I would expect that I would probably expect that Rob is going to start in a reasonable spot in the field. We'll see. I know he was having difficulty with his setup earlier a few weeks ago, but we'll see what happens as he comes off turn number 4. This is our third car to attempt qualification for our 1987 Indianapolis 500. Crosses the line to start his qualifying run, Rob de Vries, and he is taking a pretty conservative line through turn number 1. Doesn't touch the white line. Sweeps out to the south chute. Now he's got a much more aggressive entry into turn 2. Heads down to the back straightaway. There's a tighter shot of the number 18 Krakow STP March. Now into turn number 3. He dips low. Back out again towards the wall. Pretty controlled line. He looks, he's not looking to do anything too crazy. Here he comes off of turn 4. Rob de Vries. About ready to complete his first lap of 4.
That's a solid opener, 43.4.
43.479, 206.996 miles per hour for the first lap. Rob de Vries also runs in other series, I believe. I don't know if he's in the F1 series, but he runs occasionally.
No, I don't think he is, no.
He's one of the drivers that typically tends to pick up one-off rides.
Yes,
a lot of the time. Oh, very loose coming out of turn 3 there, but he got it under control just before the right rear touched the wall. Coming off of the 4th turn, very controlled this time. Heading down towards the start-finish line. We'll see if that cost him anything as he crosses the line. 43.609, yeah, a little slower. 206.379 miles per hour. His average so far is 206.688. So that would slot him into the outside of the front row if he completed this run.
Yes.
About 3 miles per hour slower than Adam, but never mind. He's the third person to attempt to qualify here, and it looks as if, based on the pace and the smooth nature of his run, that he's going to be, very well. He came off the corner. Right?
I think it looks good enough to make the show if he does 2 more laps like these.
Yeah, very controlled.
That's better. 43.458.
Okay, so that brings him in a 207.097, his best lap so far. His average to this point, 206.824. So very respectable speeds for this car and for this driver. I think this will definitely be safe. It'll get him in the show. There's no question about that. Heading into turn 3 now, just kisses the line. Now heading out to the North Chute, close to the wall, down into turn number 4. Stays off of the line there. Heading down the front straightaway, a very smooth and controlled run. There was only one point where he got a bit loose there, but it was in turn 3, and he managed to hold on to it. Checkered flag comes out for Rob DeVries, 43.538 for that lap. 206.716 miles per hour. The average for the 4 laps, 206.797 miles per hour, and he slots in as second next to Adam Hackman. 2 cars qualified out of 3 presented. And we are now going to move. I think he's cut the engine. He's just coasting on the back stretch there. So we're waiting for the next car to go out, and it is a very familiar car to IndyCar fans. It's the bright red number 4 Roberto Guerrero car.
Yes, and just a reminder, if drivers want a second run, they should request it on the forum.
I doubt many people will be doing that because there's not a lot of time, but
although there is time, so especially if you're waving off now, I'd say ask for it. I'm not going to do it automatically.
Matthew should definitely be doing that because that's a car that definitely can make the show if it's set up properly. Here comes Bruno Chacon, a familiar name to those of you who watch ISO racing. Bruno has raced open wheel Indy cars, Formula 1 cars, sports cars, the BMW M1s. He's raced practically everything we've run here.
I don't think he's an M1 though. He's not.
No?
So.
Oh, okay. Well,
no.
I stand corrected then. But the point being that he's a very versatile driver. He runs in a variety of series, and he's also very good at finishing races, and that serves him well in a race like this 500-miler. I know that he's not. I don't believe he's won a 500-miler before, but I know he has finished high up in 500-mile races.
Just by reliability and being there in the end.
Which is what you have to do in these races. I remember when Nigel Mansell drove in the 1993 500, we were reminded that he had, when he got to the 250-mile mark, that he had gone further than he'd ever gone in his career at that point, which was quite illuminating. 44.052, 204.304 miles per hour for the opening lap for Bruno Chacon. I believe that's still safe enough to make the show. I would say the danger zone is around 200 or so. What do you think?
Yeah, it looks good enough. Yes, that's.
Yeah. All right, coming into turn 4 now. He's staying way far away from that line. He does not want to touch the line at all. But that could be costing him some speed. But nevertheless, it's still a pretty solid run so far. Let's see what he has coming out here to the line. Second lap comes in at 43.843, 205.278. So faster still by almost a mile per hour. His average to this point is 204.791. So,
and this car actually led the race. I think it was the last car to lead before Alonso Sr. took over.
Yes, the infamous pit stop where the clutch failed and basically doomed Roberto's race, unfortunately. Third lap comes in.
Bruno.
All right. And that is a
really close to 205. Well, that was for 205. Sorry.
Yep.
His average is getting really close to 205 miles an hour.
Yeah, the average right now is 204.969. So if he cracks another good lap, he could potentially. Well, he's going to.
Well, it looks like he's heading for it.
Yeah, he's heading for it. Coming off the turn, very close to the wall. Doesn't hit the wall. Excellent. Heading down now for the completion of his run is Bruno Chacon. Crosses the line, takes the checkered flag. 43.714, 205.884. His average over the 4-lap run, 205.198. So he is third in line.
Yeah.
The grid so far is Adam Hackman, Rob DeVries, and Bruno Chacon. 3 cars qualified out of 4 presented. All right. Next to hit the track should be Ray Riddall. And there he is. He is on the track. Ray Riddall is driving the car, as I mentioned earlier, that actually won this race in 1987. It is Mario Andretti's Newman Haas entry. Powered by Cosworth engine, it is a state-of-the-art Lola. I'm sorry, not a Cosworth. This is a Chevy-powered Lola. It's the only Chevy-powered Lola or Ilmor-powered Lola in the field. So it is a special as far as that is concerned. We'll see how much speed he's able to get out of this car. Coming off of turn number 4, heading for the start-finish line, getting right out close to the wall, takes the green flag, and Ray Riddall is on his qualifying run. I mentioned before that Mario basically dominated in this car on race day, and then a fuel pump failure forced his retirement. The engine just got flooded with fuel, and that was the end of his run, basically. This was prior to Roberto's incident that he had later on. Heading down the long straightaway now. We'll see what the timing and scoring says for Ray Riddall. 43.274, 207.977 miles per hour for his first lap. That's very good. Not as fast as Adam Hackman, but definitely quick. Heading into the third turn now, into the fourth turn. Slipping down towards the white line, out towards the wall. Very nice line overall. Let's see what the second lap brings him here. Waiting for the time and speed report.
Well, it seems to have a bit of problem registering.
There it is, 43. Well, I can't see it, but it's. I think it's the color. It's the color of the text. That's what it is.
Yeah.
208.088 miles per hour. Yeah, there we go. 43.251. Average to this point, 208.032. Still not fast enough to make the pole position. 43.336 on that lap that just completed. 207.680 miles per hour. And he is heading now down the back straightaway into turn 4. I'm sorry, turn 3. Now he's into the north chute, heading into turn number 4. Finally, this will be the last lap for Ray. Looking really good throughout. Comes to the line. 43.541, 206.702. The average, 207.612, and that puts him on the outside of the front row. Very good run. Very, very good run.
This means it is now my turn.
Oh, that's right. It is your turn.
So I'm going to mute myself and somebody else is going to enter the timing. That's all taken care of.
Who's the other person?
Tim is adding the times.
Okay, that's good. That's a relief.
Just to make sure I have a setup on my car, and then I can get it moving.
Yeah. Good luck to you.
Thank you. I'm gonna mute you in a few seconds. See you at the other side.
Yep. You got this.
Well, that's a lot of pressure.
I know, but you've got it.
Okay.
You know this.
See you later.
You know this car better than anyone else. All right, so waiting for Juha to go to the track. There he goes. Juha Bos from Belgium. And this is a March 87C powered by a Chevy Ilmor V8 engine. It's badged as a Chevrolet, but it's really built by Ilmor. And here comes Juha down the back straightaway. This car could be a threat for the front row or the pole. The fact that Brian is having issues really starts to open up possibilities. But here comes Juha off the fourth turn, a little bit squirrely, but he is going to take the green flag to start his run. Juha Bos is now on his run to qualify the Pat Patrick car. Most people are used to seeing this Marlboro color entry on a Penske entry, but this is back when it was with Pat Patrick in the mid to late 80s. On the back straightaway, looking very good so far, very clean. Looking at him here from the blimp, we'll see what his line is into the corner. Very clean, very nice line, takes it down, not quite to the line, out to the short, or out to the north chute, and then down to the line again. Very controlled line here from Juha, looking nice as he comes down to complete his first lap. We'll see what the time and speed report is. That looked nice to me. We'll see what the time and speed says on the report. 42.773, 210.413 miles per hour. That is the best opening lap we've had so far. That eclipses Adam Hackman's 42.983. So he is on a flyer. Juha Bos. Heads into the north chute, right out by the wall. Now onto the front straightaway, sweeps out, leaves himself a cushion out there. Doesn't want to be impacting the wall. Coming down to complete his second lap. Let's see what this brings. 43.097, so a little slower. 208.831 miles per hour. So his average to this point, 209.622. So that's on target for second place right now on the grid. We'll see if he can pick it up in the third and fourth laps here. Heading into turn number 3, very nice arc. You can see that the car is set up very loose by the way it is sliding just a little bit through the corners. Heading now into turn 4. Coming off the corner, very close to the wall, but this looks like a fast lap. Let's see what Juha can do. Completing lap number 3 is Juha Bos into his final lap for this qualifying run. Very nice line heading into turn number 1. Waiting for the time and speed report on Juha's third lap. 42.760, 210.477 miles per hour, but it's still not good enough. It's shy by 0.005 of a mile per hour. He is averaging 209.907. This is just south of the time and speed that Adam was able to put up. So if he keeps going at this rate, he will be in second place. But let's see what happens when he gets to the line here. Can he knock Adam off the pole? Crosses the line, completes the run. He's obviously in the show. Final time and speed report coming in for lap number 4. As Juha brings the car to a stop. 42.701, 210.768 miles per hour. The average over 4 laps, 210.122. So he's in second place. Adam's speed was 210.154. So just a small difference there. Almost enough to knock Adam off the pole. but just didn't quite happen. But still, that's
no,
a fantastic.
Lap 2 was a mess. So.
Yeah, we saw that it was a bit slower, but that was a fantastic run. Very, very smooth. As we now proceed to the next run, which is Luciano Rocha driving a very familiar car. This is Rick Mears' March 86C, sponsored by Pennzoil, powered by a Chevy Ilmore engine. Same engine that just was run by Juha. Takes the green flag into turn number 1 is Luciano Rocha. Seems to have a pretty good line here. Luciano's been practicing kind of mid-pack. Maybe he's not as confident with this car as other people are, but in any case, comes out of turn 2. Heading now down the back straightaway. Luciano has run F1 and Indy cars and a bunch of other series for us over the years. Heads into turn 3, very sudden turn in. Looks like he might have missed the apex there. He did. Heading into the third turn now, into turn 4. Off the fourth turn. This will be the first lap complete for Luciano Rocha. Time and speed report about to come in. 44.271, 203.239 miles per hour. Now that sounds dangerous, but I think it would make the show. I think that is still good enough to make the show. Of course, I'm just guessing. We have no clue. I'm basing it on speeds I've seen on the server over the past few weeks. Good entry into turn 3 here for Rocha. Heads out to the north chute wall, now back down to, doesn't quite get close to the line, coming off of turn, very close to the wall, coming off of turn 4. And here is Rocha heading into turn 1, takes that lap, goes for another one. Time and speed report, 43.901, 205.007 miles per hour. His average to this point, 204.150, which would make him the 6th fastest so far. So not a blistering fast run, but I think one that could probably make the race with little trouble. Heading into turn number 3. Coming off of the fourth turn here. Heading down the back straightaway. Third lap now complete for Luciano Rocha. Heading into turn number 1. Slides out really wide on the exit there. 44.060. 204.267 miles per hour. His average to this point, 204.189 miles per hour. He's on his final lap. Penske, of course, brought their PC-16 cars to Indianapolis for the month of May in 1987, but they proved to be just too slow. So in a executive decision, Penske decided to purchase 1986 Marches and go with those. As we come to the line, crosses the line, that is the end of Luciano's run, 43.840, 205.292 miles per hour. His average to this point is 204.465. That places him 6th. So that's the slowest qualification we've had so far, but I don't think that it's a dangerous one. I think he's still able to make the show. And now we have an interesting combination heading to the track here. This is Jules Bouchard, and he is driving a March 87 powered by a Brabham Honda engine, which later on would be called the Judd. This motor is not reputed to have a lot of horsepower, but it does have one ace in the hole. It has better fuel mileage than all the other cars. So that would be the main reason to take it. You can hear it. It sounds a lot different from the other engines. Coming into the North Chute again, now down to the line in turn 4. Not quite to it, so he's taking it pretty conservative. It looks like the car is pretty loose to start, but a lot of people are going to be doing that to start the run. They're going to start the run very loose, and then as the right front tire heats up, it will cause the car to change in character and even out. I think that's the strategy a lot of people are working with right now as he heads into turn number 2, right down to the line. Beautiful arc there. Comes off the corner. Jules, of course, is the leader in our 1986 Formula One series. And he's fast in any car, Juha.
He is, yes, and that's leading the F1 series, that proves it, but...
He has a pretty good arc, though. Coming off the corner, of course, Jules hails from Canada. Coming down the front straightaway now to complete his first lap. Let's see what Jules can do. 43.156, 208.546 miles per hour. That slots him in third right now, and he's trending towards third on the grid, which is a nice place to start. Minimal cars in front of you. Yeah, he is. Just a little bit. He's dirt tracking it. Coming through the fourth turn now, let's see. 2 laps complete. Second lap was 43.105, I'm sorry, and that's 209.229 miles per hour. His average to this point, 208.888, and that would put him in third on the grid. Coming down the front straightaway now, this car driven by Jeff McPherson in 1987 crosses the line. Sweeps out to the South chute wall into turn number 2. Off the apex there a little bit, but okay. We've had our first contact with the wall, and let's see. He's on lap 4. I mean, one would think that he'd try to complete this run. Hopefully, there's no damage to the car.
It'll be interesting if he goes for a wave off, because after the previous run he was on for third spot.
Well,
second and a half gone.
Oh, geez.
No, that's a wave off. Oh, wait.
He's going to take the run.
Well, I don't know. That's not a wave off then.
He completes the run, Jules does, and that's going to be a very slow lap, unfortunately. 46. Oh, my goodness. 46.146, 200, and that's 195.033. The average for the 4 laps for him, 205.10. I think he's pretty frustrated by that run, and I wouldn't blame him. His average for the 4 laps, 205.108, and that slots him in 6th. I still don't think that's a dangerous situation, but in any case, I'm sure he's not.
Well, it's definitely not good for the first set of rows on the grid, so mid-grid at best.
Yeah, I don't think he's happy with that run. I don't blame him, actually. Okay, now
I wouldn't have finished it.
Now on the track, John Team, driving a car that last year was driven by Richard Wilkes. This is Ari Leyendijk's ride, 1987 March here, powered by a Cosworth. No, it's not Dick Simon, it's Hemmelgarn. This is a Hemmelgarn entry. I forget that he didn't.
Yeah, that's a Hemmelgarn entry, yeah. Meanwhile, Janik has confirmed the forum that he has sorted his problems out, so we'll see him later in the evening.
Okay, well, that's going to put pressure on him, though. It will certainly give us a reason to tune in late, because that's going to be Janik's shot at the pole. Right now, the pole is held by Adam Hackman with a speed of 210.154 miles per hour. We're watching John Team heading through the North Chute, very close to the wall, comes down to the line and back out again to the... Doesn't quite come close to the wall. Now we'll see what his first lap brings in. We've got 2 more to go in this session. I'd like to ask that we observe the 5 minutes that we had Are we ahead of schedule or behind schedule right now?
We are 5 minutes ahead of schedule currently.
Okay, I would like to ask that you please honor those 5 minutes in the schedule regardless, because I need to make sure my wheel and pedals are properly set up.
That's fine.
Thank you. Coming into turn 3 now. This is the first lap for John Team, who has also shown very good speed in the 86 F1 series, but this is a very different kettle of fish. Coming down the front straightaway, he's going to complete this lap. Well, actually, this is his second lap completed now. His first lap was 43.570, 206.564. This lap, 43.147 at 208.589 miles per hour. The average to this point is 207.577. And that would slot him in 5th right now. He's trending for 5th. Coming through the north chute down to the line, coming back out again. Very smooth, consistent run here from John Team. I almost said Richard Wilkes. 43.194, 208.362 miles per hour. The average to this point, 207.839. He's trending to start inside the top 5. So good looking run here from very, very good looking run here from John Team. On his final lap now, heading into third turn to the north chute. He's definitely using all the space he has there coming off that corner.
That's looking good.
Oh, this is probably going to be his best lap yet. Coming down the straightaway, we'll see what it brings him. Crosses the line, completes the run. 43.169, 208.483. That brings his average up to 208 dead. And he is now third on the grid. That is very good. He got progressively faster as he continued. So the last car now to do the run, the first run will be August Watring.
Yeah, so he's getting ready.
August Watring. Here he is exiting the pit lane. He is driving an 86 March powered by a Cosworth, I believe. And this is another AJ Foyt Enterprises entry. We have yet to see the main AJ Foyt entry, the Lola powered by a Cosworth. That'll be later on in the next group, I believe, or a little further on.
Yeah. Interesting question. No, it's in the third group with Grant Pedal.
That's what I thought. Yeah, Grant wanted to go a lot later in the order. So August Watring slides out towards the north chute wall, back down towards turn 4, comes off, has a pretty good line here coming off of turn 4 as he starts his qualifying run. August Watring is now on his run. Very late arc into the corner, misses the apex. Out to the line, but he does not impact the wall, which is critical. Now down much closer to the line in turn 2. It does take a bit of, your first lap at speed, you're a bit tentative going into turn 1. It's very natural to be. It's very natural to be that way. Heading into turn 3. Now he's getting comfy. He's down towards the line, back out towards the wall. Heads now down into the 4th turn. Pretty good arc coming off of there. Car looks well under control.
It does.
So we'll see how he does on the time and speed report here. Coming in. Time and speed report.
205 miles an hour.
205.404. That was a 43.816 second lap. 205.404. That would slot him in 7th. So not the slowest run we've seen today, but I think a pretty solid one. Heading through turn 3 into the north chute. Now back down to the line through turn 4. Down the front straightaway. Crosses the line. He's definitely backing out of the throttle there. 43.533. That's faster. 206.740 miles per hour. His average to this point, 206.072. For August Watring, number 41. Heads into the fourth turn, looking very good. This is a very solid run, Juha. Ooh, a little loose, little loose off the corner there, but that shouldn't cost him too much. About to complete lap number 3 is August Watring, and that is a 43.498, 206.906. His average to this point,
7th.
Yeah, 206.350. That'll line him up 7th.
Yes.
Looking very good. Heading into turn number 3. Down to the line. And back out again. Ooh, might have painted the wall just a tiny bit there, but you can see he's got the car, drifting quite a lot out of turn 4. There was a drift right there. He comes down the front straightaway, probably very relieved that this run is over. August Watring crosses the line, completes the run, 43.511, 206.844 miles per hour. He's going to slot in 6th. His average, 206.474. All right.
And we're running 12 minutes out of schedule, so that should leave you plenty of time to.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to back. I'm gonna have to back out of the game here and get my pedals working. So I will. So that's the last of our runners for this group, and we will be back in just a little bit. We're going to take a short break for a couple things, and we'll open the server so people can join. So please stand by. We'll be back in just a few moments. Okay, so we're back. Taking a look at the monitor there, live obviously from Indianapolis, Indiana. The next car to go out will be Raul Ureb. We're just waiting for the time to expire where we close the server, and then we'll be on that run. Interesting first set of runs. Obviously, the big story was that Brian was unable to complete his run. He couldn't be on the server, but excellent run from Hackman. Very good run from yourself, if I may say so. And then an interesting kind of conglomerate of cars running behind, but the pace currently being set by Adam Hackman. It'll be really interesting to see. He gets to sit back now and watch everybody else go for it. He's probably the calmest guy in the field right now.
Yes, I mean, well, somebody has picked up the vacant Randy Lewis car.
Oh my goodness!
The 24 engine.
Well, we had a new, I think it was Alberto Aquino who vacated that car. So we have somebody else.
Yes, and it's just been picked up by, hang on, who did it? Felipe Elias from Brazil, who was originally scheduled to drive the 1985 March entered by LA Drywall.
Well, I'd say that's a step up.
Definitely is. Yes.
And a smart move on his part to go with that car for sure. So we're going to wait here a little longer to make sure everybody gets on the server. The reason why we do this is because we want to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to have an uninterrupted run. When I say uninterrupted, I mean without anybody causing issues when you come on, because when you come on the server, it causes a bit of a delay for some people, sometimes a very big delay, and that would not be a very good thing to have happen when you're doing a qualifying run, if you're in a turn in particular. So that's why we have qualifying sessions closed, so people cannot come and go. But we do have these top of the hour intervals for people to come and go. And as you can see, we're running quite ahead of schedule here. It's only 1:55 p.m. here in the eastern United States, 7:55 p.m. in Paris. So once we reach 8:05 my time, or I'm sorry, 8:05 Paris time, 2:05 my time, we'll be heading to the next qualifying session. So we can do the trivia question now while we're waiting. Actually, let me go through the rules of time trials just so everybody knows them, because I didn't do that earlier, but these are the rules of time trials. Each car will be allowed a maximum of 3 qualifying attempts. However, this is not a guarantee that there will be enough time in the session for the car to make 3 attempts. In the case of an accident, a blown engine, or a wave off, we've seen one of those, a wave off, the car in question will be charged 1 attempt and moved to the end of the line. And the next car scheduled is attempted to qualify then. In case of a late arrival, no-show situation, the car in question will move to the end of the line but will not be charged 1 attempt. If a driver crashes or blows their engine in the pit lane, they have 1 more chance to leave the pit successfully. If a crash or blown engine occurs in the pit lane again, the car is charged 1 attempt and moved to the end of the line. No one's done that yet. Also, a qualifying run will consist of 1 warm-up lap followed by 4 time laps. Total time of the 4 timed laps will be each car's qualifying time, which will then be converted to miles per hour for qualifying speed. Per Indy tradition, since it is the car that qualifies for the race, a different driver can start a qualified car on race day. The catch is that they must start last, assuming the car is not bumped during time trials. Once a run is completed that is fast enough for 33 or better, this is the race car's qualifying time and speed unless and until it is bumped from the 33 car grid. At 2330 Paris time, if a driver is in the middle of a qualifying run, they'll be allowed to complete the run. Only the fastest 33 cars will be allowed to start the 500-mile race on May 14th. But we will reserve 3 what's the term I'm looking for? Alternates.
Alternate, yes.
Yes, there will be 34th, 35th, and 36th fastest will be the alternates. So if somebody fails to show up on race day, everybody moves up 1, and then that allows the 34th fastest car to run. So there's always the hope that somebody will just say, sorry, I can't make it, and then the 34th person can get in. That actually has happened before in 500 history, where people have qualified for the race. They, for some reason, cannot race on race day, and the 34th person elevates into the field. So definitely, that's the reason the alternates are there. All right, trivia question 1. Let's do this real quickly. The permanent seating capacity of IMS is upwards of how many people? Is it A, 250,000? Is it B, 350,000? Or is it C, 400,000?
I'm probably exaggerating, but I'll go with B.
Time's up. You're sure you want to go with B?
Yes.
Wrong. I'm sorry. The correct answer is 250,000. The infield holds a lot more people, so that's why you end up with these like 500,000, or 400,000 numbers of people that are there. They never publish the actual attendance, but it's estimated. So 250,000. That is the number for the permanent seating capacity right now at IMS. All right. So you let me know when the server is.
Well, we're waiting for 3 drivers, but they don't appear to be joining. So, well, that's too bad for them. We'll move them to the end of the line, and already warn people who are in the following group that we will be running ahead of schedule. There we go.
Yeah, it's interesting that.
Very unfortunate.
So who are we missing?
We are missing, let me check, Greg Galacella, David Reschke, and Cezarius Slapinski.
That's incredible. I can't believe that they would, especially Slapinski. That's a big shocker. So yeah, that's going to actually open up a lot of space. Now that I think about it, going into this session, that's a lot of dead space. So, all right. Well,
yeah, it is.
All right. Well, then we can proceed.
We're going to move up our admin break as well.
It will, yes. Well, it'll give us time to move at a leisurely pace, not too hurried, which is nice. Okay.
Well, it's less nice if neither of them shows up, because that means we lose 3 drivers.
Which is not good. And it also jams up the order, at the end. There's not a lot of time to make additional runs, so it jams up the bottom of the list.
Well, the advantage is it shortens the list a bit, so, well, they'll get their chance. Obviously, that means that there are gaps now, so...
We just need to be able to move ahead of schedule. If people show up on time in the next session, then we can move ahead of schedule.
Yeah.
All right, so we're waiting for Raul to... we're switching over to qualifying, so Raul's car will appear in a minute here, and then we will continue with time trials.
You appear not to be on this server.
I'm on the server.
I can guarantee you I don't see you.
I'm there. Connection lost. Oh my goodness. All right, well, I guess I do have
I told you were not.
Okay, well, now what? How does this work now? What do I do?
Well, I'll restart and let you join. As obviously, you need to be there.
Jesus.
If not, you have a slight problem.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. All right. Where's my please stand by sign? Hate this. Okay. I don't know what happened there. I was kicked out. All right. Sorry about that, Juha. I'm not sure what happened there.
Well, despite that, we're still ahead of schedule, so don't worry.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, there was Cesare is joining. There we go.
All right, well, that's good. That's good. Because God knows we don't want to proceed without people. All right, I'm in now. There we
Yes,
go.
that's
All
better.
right.
And then we go to the next session, and I think the first driver we will see on track is Raul Jereb from Croatia, who is here.
Mm-hmm. And we've made it to the next session. Excellent. All right. Excellent. All right. And is Raul heading to the track?
Yes, as I will move the people who didn't join to the end of the line, which in this case is Greg De La Cella and David Weschke.
All right, our next driver hails from Croatia. He's driving the car that I drove last year, the Gallus Racing number 15. It is a March 87C powered by the Brabham Honda. So he is the other car that uses this engine. Only 2 cars use the Brabham Honda engine. The other one was Bouchard. All right, so Raul heads onto the back straightaway. He's run Indianapolis 500s with us before, and he's also run Oval Series with us before in the 74 Series. He enjoys these Indy cars. Now heading into the 4th turn, and he will be heading on to his qualifying run. Whoa! He sniffed the line there and got a little squirrely. That's definitely not something that you're going to want to do too much around here. Crosses the line, and Raul Jereb is now on his qualifying run. Into turn number 1. Good, right down to the line. Good. Taking a good arc. Sweeps out to the south chute. Wall. Down. Looks pretty good so far. Heading down the back straightaway. This is the first lap for Raul Jereb. Heads into turn number 4. Right down by the line. Kisses it again. Slides the car. That's going to cost him a little bit of speed. But heading now for the start-finish line. Raul Jereb crosses the line. His first lap comes in at...
Well, hang on. Slight difficulties here. Raul Jereb... No, that's not his... The problem is that Raul exited the track on the red, so his time doesn't register.
We're going to have to tell him that he's going to have to start again. Someone's going to have to get a message to him to start again. So, rather unfortunate. Yeah, he left the track before the green light came on. Okay, so he's aware of that now, so we're going to have him do his run one more time. I'm glad we caught that now. So rather unfortunate. Now he can actually go ahead and just start the run again. All right, here he goes.
Yeah. Well, that's one thing to remember. It's
hard to remember that actually when you switch over to a session, it does not mean that the track is green. It actually is red for 30 seconds, if I'm right. And then,
yes, that's it, yeah.
All right, so we're going to take 2. No attempt will be charged to Raul as that was not his fault, so he will be trying again here. That might take away some of the jitters, actually. A delay like that sometimes can get the jitters out of you, and you'll just go on and do your run. Comes off of turn 2, down the back stretch. What we did see of him, Juha, looked pretty smooth.
It did, yes.
So, coming down the back straightaway here, into turn 3. It's going to start over again. Good thing that we were able to get to him via a message and he was able to stop, because I think one time before we had someone do that. I think it was Jakob Fredriksson last year, and he made the full run and found that he'd only registered 3 laps. There is the start of the run. Now we can count it as he heads into turn 1, looking from the blimp. A little bit tentative heading into 1, but that's to be expected. Turn 2, out to the wall first, now down. Sniffs the line. He has a very, very good use of the track here. He's not getting too close to the wall, and when he comes down to the inside of the track for the turn for the apex, he's looking very, very good. Comes down into turn number 3, a little above the line, back out towards the north chute wall, north end of the track, now down, just grazes the line. He's very aggressive going into 4. Coming down now to complete lap number 1 of his qualifying run. Raul Yareb into turn 1 to start his next run. 43.951. The speed average 204.733 or 773 miles per hour. That is currently good enough to be 8th on the grid.
Yeah. We just have a withdrawal from number 33. Troy Barman will not attempt to qualify car 33.
That's unfortunate because that was one of our new faces, our new fresh faces of May, and he's not going to be here. That's too bad. Heading into the 4th turn, here comes Raul to complete lap number 2. See what this brings him. 43.419, so faster. 207.283 miles per hour. His average to this point, 206.028. That's still 8th place on the grid, but that's a reasonable starting spot. Again, this is not a car that lights the world on fire in terms of horsepower, but it does have that advantage of fuel economy. This engine would later be used by Bobby Rahal in his the last year that he ran with True Sports. I believe they had a Judd engine at that point. Hits the line one more time. That's the end of lap number 3. Let's see what he's got. 43.091, so the best lap yet, 208.860. He is averaging 206.972, and that bumps him up to 6th place, so that was a big improvement on that lap. Heading now into turn 3, a little bit off of the apex, out towards the north chute, now down to the line one more time. Stays off of it, and when you come off that 4th turn and you see that line in front of you, you just breathe a huge sigh of relief every time if you're doing a 4-lap run. Crosses the line. Let's see what his 4th lap brings him here. Run is complete. 43.195, so slightly slower, but that slots him in at 5th on the grid. Very good run. Average speed for the 4 laps, 207.318 miles per hour. Good run by you, Raul. That was excellent. Very smooth, very good, and fast. Next up, Peter Hlavich, a guy that we've seen
in a Bettenhausen car.
Yes, Tony Bettenhausen's car, Bettenhausen Motorsports. This is a year-old March powered by a Cosworth. Pretty garden variety stuff. Going through the gears now.
And just to warn our viewers, we'll probably end up running a quarter of an hour ahead of schedule.
Yes, 15 minutes. Into turn 1, he's on his run now. Goes into turn 1. Nice turn in, stays out, away from the wall, down again. Very, very smooth looking. This red and white car. Doesn't have any sponsors on it, it looks like, but comes off the 4th turn. Nice arc coming off of turn 4 here for Peter Hlavich. Coming down to complete his 1st lap. And it will come in at 43.905, 204.988 miles per hour. That slots him in 8th at the moment. So not the fastest run we've seen, but a solid first opening lap for Peter Hlavich. Coming down the back straightaway into turn 3, down towards the line. I've talked to Wilkes about the difference between the March 86 and 87. He says the 86, I guess he would say, is draggier than the 87. I don't know. But not much difference in terms of downforce with these cars, apparently. Crosses the line. Lap 2 comes in at 43.665, 206.115 miles per hour. His average to this point, 205.551. Off the fourth turn, close to the wall, but well in control. Third lap about to be complete here for Peter Hlavich. Crosses the line. 43.702, 205.940. His average to this point, 205.681. And that's good enough to slot him in 9th on the grid. Coming down the back straightaway. Into turn number 3. Very nice arc. I wish we could know how much of the tools they're using in these runs, Juha, but of course that's really just privy to the driver. Exiting turn 4, right out to the wall. He sees that checkered flag in front of him, probably a big sigh of relief. Peter Hlavich qualifies for the 500.
Currently in 8th place.
8th place, 43.608, 206.384. Average over the 4 laps, 205.857. Nice run for Peter. All right. Next car already heading to the track. This is Alan Santo. He is driving Danny Sullivan's number 3 March 86C, powered by a Chevrolet Ilmor engine. This looks like the car that Danny did his famous spin win in, but that was 2 years prior, 1985. So this is the third Penske car we've seen. The first one that was presented was Matthew Sibignani, but he waved off. So if Alan is able to qualify here, this will put 2 Penske cars into the show. Crosses the line to start his qualifying run. Yeah, it was really a strange state of affairs for Roger and his crew in 1987. The Jenkins-designed PC-16 just was not up to snuff. They actually did qualify a PC-16 in the hands of Sullivan with the same livery, and they realized that the year-old Marches, which they were already familiar with from the previous year, were much faster. So they actually removed Sullivan from the field and had them do the run again in a March. It put him further down the grid, I believe, but it was a better car for race day. Coming down now to complete his first lap. Let's see what we get from Alan Santo. Remember, this is an Ilmor engine, 44.592, 201.830 miles per hour. Opening jitters, Juha?
Could be. Well, it's still reasonable. I think you should be able to make the show with that.
I don't know. I think 201 is pushing it. That's probably going to be towards the bottom of what would be expected in the show. But we'll see if he can pick it up on this lap. He seems to be a bit more comfortable now. Heading out of turn number 4. Yeah, he's definitely set the car up a little bit on the loose side because he knows that right front will boil after a while. Completes lap 2. Lap 2 comes in at 44.007, 204.513 miles per hour. His average to this point, 203.171. So that was a huge improvement on that lap, but it's still, that first lap's going to cost him a lot. He's only trending 12th right now. Into turn 3, now into 4. off of turn 4, heading now down the straightaway to complete lap number 3. Alan Santo heads into turn number 1. Lap 3 comes in at 43.957. That's his best lap yet, 204.746 miles per hour. The average to this point, 203.696, still trending 12th. So that first lap really cost him, unfortunately. So we've had a lot of cars presented so far, but only one wave off, so no crashes. It's been a pretty clean qualifying session so far. Into the front straightaway and crosses the line to complete his run. The last lap comes in
43.681.
206.039. That's 204.282 for the average. He comes in 12th. All right. Now it's time.
Well, good luck to you.
Oh man, I'm nervous. It is time for
So
me.
was I. That doesn't help.
I know. Well, we'll see what I can do here. I'm gonna laser focus here, as much as I can. Thank you for the well wishes. Next driver up is myself driving a Patrick Racing March 87C powered by a Chevrolet Ilmor. So I'm going to leave, and I'm going to make sure that my setup is loaded. It is now loaded. God, can you imagine if I'd forgotten that? All right, I'll see you guys in a little bit. Please, Juha, keep silent on the thing so that I can concentrate.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I'm gonna, just to be safe, I'm gonna. All right. Okay. All right. Oh man, am I glad that's over.
Yeah, that was a bit of a missed exit, your first attempt.
Yeah, I where was the missed exit at? I can't remember.
Something in the pit lane.
Oh yes, I hit the pit wall, but I used the rule that I could try it one more time.
You did, yeah.
All right, well, I'll take third fastest so far. That's good. This is Filippo Marazzi. Man, I feel like a giant tank. The weight of a tank has just been lifted off my shoulders. Oh man, 209, 208. Okay, that's not bad. That'll work. I'll take it. If I can start in the top 10, I'll be very happy. Here comes Filippo Marazzi, another driver that we know very well. He's from Italy, and he is driving a March 87C powered by a Cosworth. This was piloted in real life by Johnny Rutherford. This was in the twilight of Johnny Rutherford's career. Would you agree, Juha?
Yes, definitely. Let's see, his first lap is a 43.857.
Sorry, just getting my bearings again since I was off the, let's see. Yeah, that's 205.212 mile per hour lap. That's trending 9th at the moment. Heading through turn number 4, about ready to complete his second lap. Yeah, the last time I was at IMS, or I think maybe 2 times ago, Juha, I was standing. Here comes the lap. Give the time and speed report first. 43.678, 206.5053. His average is 205.633. That will put him 10th on the grid if he continues where he is. I was there, I think it was a couple of years ago, and I was hanging around the McLaren garage as they feverishly tried to put together Fernando Alonso's car, and there, sitting in the back, arms folded, watching the proceedings, was Lone Star JR. So I thought it was really cool that they had him there as a consultant, because winning 3 Indy 500s, you know a thing or two about the speedway, as there is contact by Filippo against the wall. Comes across the line into turn 1. Let's see what happened on that. Well, it didn't affect his speed on that lap. 43.623, 206.313 miles per hour. His average to this point is 205.860. That slots him in 10th right now. Coming through turn number 4. This will be the final lap. He crosses the line. 43.501, 206.892. So he did improve over the run, and that will slot him in 9th in the grid. 206.118 is the qualifying average for Filippo Marazzi. That's a good run, and I think a safe one too.
Yes, that should be good enough. Yes,
that should be very safe. Okay, next up, for those of you who are looking at that thing, it's a bit odd that it says live from Indianapolis, Indiana. In actual fact, the actual fact is that Indianapolis Motor Speedway is not in Indianapolis. It is in Speedway, Indiana, which is a small little borough outside of Indianapolis. Okay, here comes David Saber. Now, he is driving a Dick Simon car, the first of the Dick Simon cars we've seen today, but it's not 22, it's 23. This is a brand new Lola. It is powered by a Cosworth. So it's state-of-the-art equipment for David. David, as I've mentioned before, is a guy who does a lot of work behind the scenes for the league. He builds a lot of the cars. In fact, built most of the cars in this mod, didn't he, Juha?
He did, yes.
Yeah, he's very good at that. Starts with the model kits and scans them and goes from there. But oh no! He spins and hits the wall. Oh, no.
Oh.
Our first accident of the day, and it's one of our... Oh, David Saber. Oh, my goodness. That is really disappointing. I can feel his heartache. Like when I saw that was a very lazy slide.
Oh.
Let's look at it in a replay here. He comes into the corner looking okay, and the car just starts to lazily start to come around. And when that happens, you have a little bit of time to catch it, but if you don't, it's too late. And he just spins around, hits the wall with the end of the car. Oh, he's gonna have to go later. That's really unfortunate for David Saber. Not what we want to see. We want to see great driving. We're not here to see accidents. Unfortunately, David Saber. But now we have another driver that is familiar to people here, but is not really with us very often. Dana Schurer. Is Dana on the track now, or?
Exiting pit lane currently.
Okay. Hang on a second. What's going on here? There's Dana. Oh, there she is. Okay, good. All right. Dana Schurer driving for the Machinists Union in a March 87C powered by a Cosworth. This is the car that Pancho Carter drove, and he infamously landed on its rollover bar on the backstretch. The car literally flipped over and was upside down in the air at one point. There's a really great shot of this car. Not great from Pancho's point of view, but great as far as to show what happened. The car spun and air got underneath it, and it was literally sailing through the air for just a brief moment upside down, and then it hit on the rollover bar, and there were 3 spots on Pancho's helmet that were sheared down to like the foam, and he was very lucky to survive that accident. Oh yes, we're still on replay. Thank you for that. All right, so this should be the completion of one lap here. We'll see what happens. Coming down the front straightaway. Thank you for alerting me to that on the YouTube chat. 28 viewers at this point. Good grief. One lap complete for Dana Schurer.
43.368.
43.368. We'll see what the speed conversion is in just a moment.
That's 207 miles an hour.
207.526. That's very good in this car. Let's ride on board here with Dana and that screaming Cosworth into turn 3. Off of turn 4, heading down the front straightaway. Dana Schurer. I finished second to Dana at Trenton one time in the 73 mod, and she is a fantastic driver. Look at that arc down into the corner, sweeps back out, very controlled, very good. Oh, she bobbled just a little bit off the corner there, but she's looking really good. 43.125, 208.696 miles per hour for the second lap. The average to this point, 208.111, but we'll see what happens. She's trending for 5th right now. Comes off the corner, a little bit of a hesitation there, but we'll see what she does coming to the line. Crosses the line, lap 3, 4:03.205. She is averaging 208.309 miles per hour on that lap. The overall is 208.177, still trending towards 5th place. That Hardee's livery, very classic, similar to the Cale Yarborough stock car livery of the same time. Coming off of turn 4, very nice arc. And here with the qualification attempt complete is Dana Schurer. Crossing the line. Great to see her back. And she just slows right down. 43.074, 208.943 miles per hour for that run, or that particular lap. The overall average, 208.368, and that slots her in fourth place, right behind me. I'm pleased to be in such good company. All right, so next is Cesarius Schlipinski.
Yes, that should be Cesarius next.
There he is. This is the car that David Jakes drove quite a lot last year in the actual when we had an 87 series. This is the March 87C of Al Unser Jr., powered by a Cosworth. Note the red and blue wheels to match the livery. Thank David Saber for that. Yeah, it really is great to see Dana back. I agree with Barry Lynn. It's excellent. She's an excellent driver and one of quality and really one that we love to see here. Coming through the turn now. Look at how much it's slithering as he comes off of 4. This is Cesarius Schlipinski, the driver who is currently vying with Grant Radall as he crosses the line to start his run. Currently vying for the Pro Car Championship. Oh, no! Oh, no! Oh, man. Dang. Cesarius has taken both wheels off the back of the car and the wing, and that is the end of that run, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's two runs which ended really early.
Yeah.
And both drivers immediately left the service, so I couldn't even tell them that we're going to be very much out of schedule.
Probably very frustrated. My goodness. That's
it's
another loose moment. You think people are setting up their cars super loose, anticipating that right front heating up, and maybe it's just biting them on the first lap?
Could be, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, this changes.
All right. Well, that actually opens up the us for a break here. We may as well take our break early. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do a trivia question for everybody here. We haven't had time to ponder it, but I'll do it anyway. Trivia question number 2. Who became the first driver to lap the Indianapolis Motor Speedway at more than 150 miles per hour, taking the 1962 pole at 150.370 in a Watson Offie Roadster? Was it A, A.J. Foyt, B, Parnelli Jones, or was it C, Roger Ward? All right, time is up. What do you think?
I'll go with Roger Ward.
Nope, sorry. The correct answer was Parnelli Jones. He was the first person to orbit the Speedway at 105. 150. There's a really great photo of him, or film reel of him coming into the pits, where one of his crew members shows him the newspaper that says Parnelli tops 150. So that was a definite great moment for the Speedway. So now on this track is number 22. This is Greg Delacella. And was he slated to go in this group, or?
He was, yes.
Okay, cool. Well, this is the last car in that grouping.
46.180.
His first lap, 46.180. My goodness. It's 194.890. Well, that's an interesting situation. Now, he's done this lap. He's looking faster now. We'll see how he does on his second lap. Dick Simon might be holding that yellow flag there in a minute. I don't know. He looks more comfortable now.
.367. Sorry.
It's a big jump. It's still under 200 miles per hour. 198.382. His average at this point is 196.636. And Barry Lynn has gotten two 2 trivia questions right so far. Good for you, Barry Lynn. 2 for 2. Heading through the North Chute now, and now onto this is the car that actually started 6th in 1987. Dick Simon, age 51, I believe, qualifying on the outside of row 2.
I think I said it was his penultimate start, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, it was his penultimate start. He did one more, and then that was it. In 1980, he might have been there.
At age 53, he was already that way.
Good grief, that's old. But very wise man, knew how to drive this track. Third lap comes in at 45.117, still sub 200. 45 seconds dead is 200 miles per hour. So 199.481 miles per hour. He's averaging to this point 197. And if he takes this, he'll probably be the slowest qualifier. He would be the slowest qualifier if he takes this. Coming off the fourth turn, it looks like he's going to take the run. And that puts him in jeopardy because we're not allowing people to come back and try to get back in the race again. This is the one car you have, so it's the one shot you get.
That's it, 16 only.
All right, last lap came in about the same. That was his fastest one, 199.924, almost 200 miles per hour. His average for the 4 laps, 198.169, slots in 16th. That is the slowest run we've had so far. So I don't know. It's going to be a long afternoon for Greg, I believe. Okay, so that does it for this group, I believe. And that means we will be going to our archival film in just a moment. What's your reaction to qualifying so far, Juha?
Well, quite spectacular. A few misses from people I didn't expect them to get it wrong. So, well, we'll get to see them in action again later. So it could have some bumping at the end.
Oh, I guarantee you there will be bumpage. But man, it's 2 crashes there in quick succession.
It is.
I think people are. I think it's a combination of jitters and drivers trying to put their car in a position where it's loose to start with, and then as the right front heats up, it becomes more even. Unfortunately, the problem is you're running a ragged edge those first few laps, the first 1 or 2 laps.
And you also have to remember you're coming in cold. If you're practicing lap after lap. Here, you're just sitting there. It's your turn. You go. You're not warmed up. You're cold.
I can't imagine what it's like to be sitting in line and just slowly being pushed toward that.
Oh, yes.
Oh, God. I cannot imagine how nerve-wracking it is. And then you hear Tom Carney go, and next to qualify, we have Juha Bos. And it's just like, oh, boy, here we go. It's just incredibly nerve-wracking. So when Mario...
I hope you don't hear that stuff when you're in the car.
Oh, God. Well, probably you don't because you've got all the the earphone stuff in and everything. But Mario Andretti said, and we'll see it in this archival film we're going to show, he called the 4 laps that he ran for the pole at 2:15 and change for this race in 87. He called them the most nerve-wracking laps, I believe, that he'd ever run at Indianapolis. So that's coming from a guy who knows the place well and was basically running on the ragged edge the whole way around to get but he qualified like 2 miles an hour faster than anybody else. All right, so are we going to our intermission now?
I think we are. The problem is that we're running a quarter of an hour of schedule.
Well,
so I might take an executive decision and say that the 2 people who crashed on their runs could also be added to the next group, because otherwise we'll still end up running ahead. So if Cesarius and David are watching, I will allow them to join in the next group.
Okay. Executive decision. And yes. I agree with that executive decision because we want to try to leave as much time open at the end as we can. So
yeah, exactly. If they hadn't left the server, I would have let them run now immediately, but they're already gone.
All right. So in that case,
I'll apply to the people who crash in the next runs. Don't leave. If we're ahead, we'll let you go immediately.
All right. So we're heading into our admin break right now, correct?
Yes, we are.
Okay. I'm very happy to hear that because I need to get some Perrier. My throat is parched. But I hope you've all been enjoying our broadcast of time trial so far, and I'll run down the grid for you before we go to the break. On the pole right now, as of this moment, Adam Hackman for True Sports with an average of 210.154 miles per hour. In second, Juha Bos, driving for Patrick Racing, 210.122 miles per hour. And in third, myself, driving for Patrick Racing, the Emerson Fittipaldi March Ilmore, 209.208 miles per hour. In fourth is Dana Scherer. Fifth, John Team. Sixth, Ray Radal. Seventh, Raul Ureb. Eighth, Rob DeVries. Ninth, August Watring. 10th, Filippo Marazzi. 11th, Peter Hlavich. 12th, Bruno Chacon. 13th, Jules Bouchard. 14th, Luciano Rocha. 15th, Alan Santo. And 16th, Greg Delacello. Those are the 16 cars that have qualified so far. So we're about midway through, and very appropriately, we are at the midway point of the broadcast. So we are now going to leave the air for a second, but as far as live stuff, but we're going to show you an archival film from 1987 that shows the goings-on for qualifying and the race. So we'll see you in a little bit. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. We'll be back in just a little bit. Here's an archival film from 1987.
With Penske looking for a record 6th Indy victory as a car owner, and Unser, a race-savvy veteran behind the wheel, this team will give some of the favorites a scare. With Unser safely qualified in the middle of the 7th row, Penske has decided to pull Danny Sullivan from the starting grid to re-qualify with a different chassis. It's a gamble that gives the 1985 champion a quicker machine and a better chance to win. The second weekend of time trials also focuses on the goals of veteran Gordon Johncock, returning to the Indy Wars after 2 years of retirement.
The first thing is get in the race. You know, have a safe qualifying speed, not go out there and have to extend yourself so far that you're going to end up in a wall or spin or something, because if you do that, it's probably, at this stage of the game, it's too late on the second weekend if you wreck a car and you don't have a good backup car that you haven't run, and if you put it in the fence, you're out of the race.
The two-time 500 winner puts himself in the race without incident. A much better month than Tom Sneva experiences, twice kissing the wall before qualifying 22nd. Rookie Davy Jones has been racing for 17 of his 22 years. In a car adjusted by owner A.J. Hoyt, Jones qualifies the 10th fastest machine in the field and is the swiftest rookie. With 33 road warriors on the totem pole and time running out, there are still more in line, determined to conquer the world's most demanding racetrack. The center of attention becomes a rookie named Dominic Dobson, who is on the bubble, the first man to be eliminated if his speed is topped. Dobson can do nothing but wait and watch and worry. With just 34 minutes until qualifying is complete, Steve Chassis becomes Dobson's tormentor, aiming to replace him in the field. A happy team watches Chassis bump Dobson for spot number 33. But later, Chassis finds himself on the bubble. Chassis speed holds up, and the grid is complete for the 71st running of the late Tony Holman's dream come true, the Indianapolis 500. Covered by more photojournalists than any other annual sporting event in the world, the 500 has provided a month of action, thrills, and excitement. They have photographed 21 separate accidents, more than the grand total of the previous 2 years. Now, before race day, they have one final event to witness, a unique pit crew contest featuring the teams of Roberto Guerrero, A.J. Foyt, Mario Andretti, and Bobby Rahal. So, drop the green and gun the machine. Then, over the wall in no time at all. Scramble and tumble, but don't ever fumble. And give first prize to the Andretti guys.
Gentlemen, start your engine.
This is Tony Holland in the command.
For the 71st time in auto racing history, the most spectacular and dramatic moment in all sports. 33 cars rumbling with expectation. In front of an estimated 400,000 excited fans. And roaring wheel to wheel into turn one. Pole sitter Mario Andretti escapes the path and avoids what could have been a major problem. A spin in the first turn puts drivers under caution, but does not seriously affect any of the pre-race favorites. For most of the early going, the fiery red rocket of Andretti seems to be in a race of its own, untouchable. Proving Mario correct when he called it the best car I've ever had here. But the question remains, will the man who has finished only 3 of these spectaculars since winning it in 1969 end his jinx? Will Mario's Indy luck finally improve?
No problems at all for Mario Andretti.
For 150 laps, some 30 drivers become the hunters. Andretti, the hunted. It is the most awesome and challenging test of precision in all of sports. And in 1987, nerves are at the breaking point, and the rate of attrition is soaring.
It was just an ignition problem. It happened really after our first stop.
I feel if the engine would have stayed together, we'd have been around at the end with a Hardy Special. And I think anybody's around at the end of the day is going to be in the top 10, maybe the top 5.
Then, with less than 25 laps till the checkered flag, disappointment again bites Mario Andretti. A fuel system failure floods the engine. Slowly and painfully, Mario's masterful month grinds to a halt. For 22 days and 177 laps, Mario Andretti has been unchallenged. But after an impossibly long pit stop, the problems take their toll, and the red number 5 is in serious trouble. But is still able to continue racing. Surging into the lead is Roberto Guerrero, 20 laps away from the biggest triumph of his career. His wife Katie knows, with Andretti having lost time in the pit and many of the favorites in the garage, Roberto is driving the fastest car on the speedway.
And Guerrero is flying. Make no mistake about it. Guerrero is flying.
But on lap 182, fate frowns on the 28-year-old driver from Colombia. As Guerrero receives fuel, he knows his closest competitor, Al Unser, is a lap behind. But he also knows he has a problem. He cannot take his car out of gear. When Guerrero's engine dies, Danny Sullivan encourages Penske teammate Unser as the problems in the leader's pit multiply. When Guerrero's crew hurriedly tries to push him out, their attempt is futile. And looking much like visitors from another planet, they frantically race after the now lifeless car. While Guerrero loses valuable time, Unser rockets into the lead. When the Guerrero machine is has finally rolled out. He is passed and then lapped by the yellow blur of Al Unser.
And Guerrero is back in action. But your race leader is Al Unser.
The man who was unemployed when he came here in early May is sitting out front, a full lap ahead of Guerrero. As Guerrero battles back to pass Unser and join the lead lap, it seems unimportant. Until suddenly, with but 8 laps to go, Andretti's injured machine limps to a halt, bringing out the yellow flag and allowing the trailing cars to bunch up behind Al Unser for a restart. Given the opportunity, Guerrero tries his best to overtake the 6-lap cars between himself and the leader. Bettenhausen, Rutherford, Al Unser Jr., Barbaza all fall to Guerrero. But can he reel in the big one? One lap remains. Less than 5 seconds separate Guerrero from the Penske car. It is, however, too much to overcome. And Al Unser Sr., after starting in 20th position, roars to the checkered flag. With his victory, Unser now joins A.J. Foyt as the only 4-time winners of this greatest of all racing events.
I'll tell you, it's hard to put in words. It's just a great, great feeling. I'm sitting in the car and I tell myself I can't believe this is really happening today. And between everything, I think this one is a lot more gratifying because of the circumstances that occurred during the month. But yet, it's just a great feeling to be able to win. But I think this one's harder and nicer.
When this quest for excellence is over, Guerrero finishes second. Rookie of the Year, Fabrizio Barbaza third, and Al Unser Jr. fourth. But the triumph and the tributes of 1987 belong to Al Unser. At 48, the oldest Indy winner and proud victor of this, the 71st Indianapolis 500.
Okay, we are back. Juha, are you online?
I am here.
Okay, cool. We
have, I think, 2 or 3 minutes left to see if anyone else wants to rejoin.
Okay, so we're still missing some people
The people who were scheduled to be in this group are all there.
Oh, really?
Who also turned up is Brian Janik, so that's good. So he can already have a second attempt. That's pretty handy. Now Cesarius just joined, so he can have his rerun as well. So if David Saber joins us within 2 minutes, and we can go.
All right.
And that means there's more people than initially scheduled in this group, but that's handy because that allows us to, close the fact we're ahead of schedule. So allows to run a bit closer.
So this is an executive decision we're making to keep time well, and so breaking a bit with tradition, but we are.
Yeah, because otherwise we'd run half an hour out of schedule, and that's going to annoy people who specifically asked to be later.
That's true. That's true. So
because we're filling it up with people who we know are already there.
Yeah, well, I approve of your.
And if they would run at the back of the field, I mean, they would get the run anyway. So, just to make life easier for everybody.
All right.
And we have. Having some lunch, sorry for the crackling noise you'll hear. 1 minute left, and then we are good to go.
Next car on the line is Angel May, who we have seen in many races. Interesting to see how she does. Angel, very dedicated racer here at ISO. Would probably be the first to admit that she's not the quickest driver, but this is a very simple task in front of you. Is 4 turns, and if you set the car properly, it can be reasonably smooth. If it's not set up properly, it can be a problem. So, all right. So I assume, yes, there we go. We're going into the qualifying session now. Make sure not to send her out ahead of the green light. Oh, we got some prognosticators on the, I don't know if I'm using that word right, but people predicting the future. The Prague Walrus says this is Marco Andretti's year at Indy. And the Prague Walrus also says Dick Simon is DB Cooper.
Oh.
It's funny. Thank you for that laugh. Probably nobody here knows who DB Cooper was, but then again, truthfully, nobody does know. Okay, so we'll see when Angel May.
Yeah, so I'll wait for the timer to start running. I'll save us another embarrassment from a red light.
Exactly. We don't want a repeat of that situation.
And the timer still has not hit 0. Come on. You got Marshall's on a lunch break. Yeah. Yes. There we go. Timer's hit 0.
GP Laps agrees that Dick Simon is DB Cooper. It's too funny. You'll have to look up DB Cooper after, like, tomorrow or something. Sorry.
Well, I'm definitely going to look at it today. That's a bit ambitious. Let's see. Angel May has started moving in the pit lane.
All right, so here we go.
And while she completes 2 laps, I will quickly update our schedule, which is turning into a bit of a mess. I'll take care of it.
Okay.
I'll keep my mouth shut probably for a few minutes. This car was not in the actual Indy 500, by the way.
No, it was not. This is a 86 March powered by a Cosworth, driven by Graham McRae. Interesting tidbit. McRae did actually qualify for the 500 once before the ill-fated 1973 race when he was driving for Pat Patrick.
Yes.
Number 60. All right, heading through turn 3 into the short chute now 2. She looks a little uncertain. They're coming off at 4. Be careful, Angel. Heading now down to take the green flag. There she goes. Angel May is on her qualifying run, and we have resumed qualifications. Yes, Graham McRae. Next car in line is Grant Riddall. Now, this is a car that definitely is a threat for the pole, I believe, as Angel comes off of the fourth turn, heads down the front straightaway, crosses the line. Let's take a look at what her first lap brings her.
45.505.
That is a 197.780 mile per hour lap. That will put her 16th currently.
Yes, I'm playing a bit with the time schedule, so don't worry if you see strange things appear for a few seconds.
No, I know you got it. Don't worry about it. You do what you got to do. Angel into turn 3. Whoa, she really misses the apex there. That's scary. But keeps it off the wall, thankfully. Now into turn 4. Comes off the corner. Looking okay coming off the corner. We'll see if this lap is any better than her previous lap. Lap 2 complete. Heads into 1. 45.333. 198.531. So these are leisurely laps by these car standards. She's averaging 198.156 for the 2 laps thus far. That slots her in 16th. So that could be a dangerous average. Makes the apex that time, slips out to the... I'm wondering if she's running just a bit too much wing or something, because she looks pretty smooth. Coming down the straightaway now. Takes
45.02.
Okay, that's their fastest lap yet, 199.911. Her average speed at this point, 198.741. She's still trending to 16th. Comes off of the second turn, now going up the front straightaway. Now coming down the complete lap number 3. 45.020. 199. Oh, she drops way off the pace there in the short shoot.
I thought that was the final lap.
Oh, that was the final lap. Okay, yeah, no, it was. You're right.
I think, unless I'm falling asleep. But I see 6 laps, so... No,
you're right. That was the last lap of 44.635. So she crests 200 miles an hour there. 201.635. Her average to this point, 199.
Check if I was
that is 16th. That is not the slowest run we've seen so far.
Oh, definitely not. No. Especially the last lap was good. So
yeah, very good. But she's going to have to be on pins and needles for a bit here. Now,
Grant Riddall,
AJ Foyt Enterprises in the guise of Grant Riddall on the back straightaway.
The proper AJ Foyt entry.
Yes, black and coyote orange. At this point, of course, AJ not building his own cars, purchasing them from Lola. We like to think of AJ as ornery and stubborn, but by now he knew where the winds were blowing in IndyCar racing, as I believe this is the start of the run.
Yes, it is.
He made his own cars up until, I think he tried to, at least until 1981. And even drove a Parnelli when he realized it was quicker than his Coyote. So remember the last race that this guy won, AJ Foyt, in 1977, his 4th win, came 10 years after his 3rd win, which by itself is impressive, but it was his own car, his own engine. Everything was made by him and his team. Coming off the 4th turn, let's see what the first lap holds. for Grant Radal coming to the line. Definite threat for the pole here, I would think. 43.21.
Oh, top. Oh, the front rows anyway. I'm not sure. Pole.
Okay. 207.991. That slots him in 5th right now. If he can pick it up, I think he has a chance at making the front row, possibly. But Grant is an incredibly fast driver. When the car is on, he is definitely a force to be reckoned with. Comes through the chute. Yeah, he's definitely, a little loose there on the exit of 3. Heading through turn number 4. Oh my goodness, I think that's the closest anyone's come to the wall so far without hitting it. This will be a quick lap. Crosses the line. 43.186, 208.401 miles per hour. His average to this point, 208.196 miles per hour. So he's 5th currently. But I think he could probably slot in 4th or maybe even 3rd if he can pick it up here. Heading into the 3rd turn. He misses the apex a bit there. Goes out to the wall. The car looks really loose. He misses the apex in 4. Out to the wall, but does not hit it, thankfully. He just manages to jerk it back. Final lap starting now. Lap 3 comes in at 43.117. Or 177, still his fastest lap yet. 208.444. His average to this point, 208.279. So he's trending towards 5th at this moment, which would be a good starting spot. Not many cars in front of you. Heading down the front straightaway now, takes the checkered flag. Let's see what his final lap and speed is. 43.341, so he lost some speed on that final lap. 207.656. The average over 4 laps, 208.123. That slots him in 5th place. So that's a good run, good solid run. Puts him towards the front of the field for the 500, which I know is what he would have wanted. Okay. Next up.
Another AJ Ford car.
Oh yes, this is 44, correct?
Yes, Davy Jones on his first Indy 500.
Yep, there we go. This car is being piloted by
Hedison Oliveira.
Hedison Oliveira. This is an 86 March, powered by a Cosworth. Yes, Davy Jones was in this car. His first start in the Indy 500, DNF engine on lap 34. So it didn't end happy, but he did get in the race. Run has started now for Hedison Oliveira, who hails from Brazil. The line. Looking pretty good so far. .667, 201.491 miles per hour for his opening lap. Edison heads down the front straightaway once again, crosses the line, Second lap comes in at 43.915, 204.941. That's a big jump from lap 1. His average to this point, 203.216. That's trending towards 16th, but man, that's a 2 mile per hour improvement on 1 lap. I guess it shows how daunting that first turn can be on the first lap. Your first lap at speed going in there, and it's just really do or die. It's really scary stuff. Nerve-wracking. Here he comes. Oh, very close to the wall. Hedison Oliveira comes down the front straightaway. This will be completing lap number 3. Completes lap 3. Heads into the first turn. 44.240, so a little slower. 203.436. His average at this point, 203.289. That's 17th he's trending towards. Into turn 3, sweeps out to the north chute. Very good line overall. Not the quickest run we've seen, obviously, but it looks like he's well in control. Coming off of turn 4, and he's heading for that checkered flag.
And it's a 44.499.
Okay, that's
up within 17th currently.
202.252 for the last lap, so he got progressively slower there, but put the car in the show. 203.030 is his average. 17 cars, right? Actually, we got 19 qualified now, I believe. Next up is Simon Wattman.
19, yes.
Next up is Simon Wattman.
Yes, in another car which wasn't in the actual race.
No, it was not, but I will refer to the page you have here. Number 51. Yeah, it wasn't in the real 500. This is also
no, it wasn't.
This is also the only 1986 Lola in the field. Weirdly enough, you would think there'd be more of them, but there are not. It's a 1986.
Also, the only car with a Belgian driver in it.
That's true. Didier Tays.
Go on to make a good name for himself in sports cars.
Yes, he did. Coming down the front. Yeah, he qualified for a few 500s over the years. Didier coming through turn number 1. On his qualifying run now. Car looks pretty well sticking to the track. Doesn't seem to be doing anything silly. Looks pretty solid here. The question is, does he have the speed? Simon Wattman. Simon has raced with us many times. Hails from Sweden and very likes the older cars too. He and I once put together a 1937 championship of our own. That was ages ago. But he's
yes, and he doesn't always pick the most competitive cars.
No, he likes he has a flavor.
He likes the underdog.
He has a flavor for the unusual. Which reminds me of another Swedish driver that you and I know. First lap comes in at 45.622, 197.273 miles per hour. That's basically going to slot him in 19th. A little better.
We wouldn't be talking about a Swedish driver we'll see later tonight, would we?
I was speaking of Johnny Aces, but I'm not aware of him actually driving.
Well, Swedish drivers all have different tastes, do they?
Yeah, he's driving a. Sometimes Johnny Aces likes to qualify a car for the 500 for somebody, but he's not doing that this year. But we thank him for his efforts on race day, which is a job and a half keeping track of a 500-mile race. It's a lot of work and probably going to be rife with drama. Second lap complete, 45.415, 198 point.
Go on.
127 or 172 miles per hour. The average is 197.723 so far. Maybe the speed where you get in the race is going to be a lot lower than I thought.
Well, it's going to be the tail end of the field, but it might just make it.
Get a look at the inside of a Lola 86. This is the only chance we're going to get to see one. Look at that. It's got a big, giant, low fuel orange light right in front of the driver, so there's no chance you'll miss it. Lots of rim block on this wheel. It's can't even read the top gauges. This car gets low marks for ergonomics. Off the second turn, his third lap came in 45.281, 198.759. His average to this point is 198.068. Comes off the fourth turn. And this is going to be the end of the run. Heading for checkered flag. There it is. And the time and speed report, 45.319. 198.592. His average was 198.199, and that slots him at 19th on the grid. All right, so that was
a machinist union car coming up.
Number 55, Michael Drexler.
With Jose Garza's last Indy 500 start.
There he is. I was having difficulty finding him for a minute. Michael Drexler, a late addition to the field. I think he just grabbed this car like Thursday or Friday, so he didn't have a lot of time to run in it, but we'll see what he can do. This car also, number 55, Garza's 7th and last 500 start. Yes. Crosses the line, starting his run. Yeah, Jose never really delivered on the promise that he showed early on, but had a few good finishes here and there in IndyCar racing, but never really made the impression that people expected him to make. I know he had a lot of support from his home country of Mexico, but just wasn't meant to be. But this is a very good car. It's a March 87C Cosworth, so it's state-of-the-art equipment. Looks a little wiggly coming off of 3 there, into 4. Drexler also, if I'm not mistaken, is a
former pole sitter.
Is a former pole sitter, yeah. Let me have a look here. Let's see.
In the Danny Sullivan car in 1988.
Yes, he was. Yeah, Drexler, we're looking at a former pole sitter from 2017. First lap comes in 44.521, 202.152 miles per hour. The average speed is just that, and he will slot in at 16th currently, so not a scorching lap, but at least it's above 200 miles per hour. Down to complete lap number 2. Let's see what this brings.
44.050.
Wow, 204. That's a 2-mile-an-hour jump and more. 204.313 miles per hour. The average speed to this point, 203.233 miles per hour. All right, that's around 16th. He's trending currently. Into turn 3, now into turn 4. Oh man, he slides way wide coming off of 4 there, but looks okay. Third lap complete. 44.205, 203.597 miles per hour. His average at this point, 203.354. That's trending towards 17th. Comes around now. You can always tell the March 87s because they have that oil and water temperature gauge right up there above the wheel. Finishes his run 44.053. 204, 299. The average for the 4 laps, 203.590. For Miguel Drexler, that slots him in 17th on the grid.
And now, Pablo Parucci is next.
Yes, Pablo Parucci.
With another driver, well, representing another driver you should particularly like, I think.
Oh yes, this will be near and dear to my heart for sure. This is a car driven by the late Gary Bettenhausen.
Yes, on his 19th consecutive entry in a series of 26.
For those of you who don't know what I mean, when we first started making mods, the first mod I made, or started making with this group, which I consider family, you guys have been so nice to me over the years. Ooh, shoot! Hang on a minute. We'll shelve that story for a moment because Pablo has made contact with the wall before his run even starts. I don't know if he's going to want to... No, he's going to go ahead and do it. He's going to go ahead and start the run. Question will be, is there any damage in that car already? Heads into turn number 1. Oh, he spins out. Car's spun. He's doing a Danny Sullivan, but it's not going to help him in this case. So, spun out, unfortunately. What I was going to say is Gary Bettenhausen, we interviewed him for our 1973 mod, and he provided so much useful information for physics. And that was about a year before he passed away. But he was such a cool guy to talk to. When I first called his house, his wife answered the phone and said that he was out chopping wood. And that I should probably call back later.
Okay, so I've just signaled to Pablo he can have his second run at the end of this group.
Okay.
To avoid us running ahead of schedule
Right.
again. Meanwhile, Oscar seems to have an orientation issue. Find the exit.
Oscar driving Fabrizio Barbatta's car. Here he comes. Did he take the long way around, but he got there?
Taking the long way home.
Yeah, there he goes. This is the car formerly driven by Barbatta, who drew a lot of ire from the Penske team towards the end of the 1987 race because he was blocking Allenser Sr.
And despite all that, they still awarded him Rookie of the Year.
That's nuts. He was Rookie of the Year that year. Finished 3rd in the race. Started 17th. But didn't make much more of an impression on IndyCar after that. That's probably his best finish of his career in IndyCar, I would think. Pretty safe in assuming that. But some of these cars are out of order because people swapped times. They started in order of number, and then we had people horse trading their times if they needed to go earlier. For example, August Watring went earlier because he needed to work, go to his job. So we were happy to oblige. Let's see what we got here.
Yeah.
The run has started now for Pablo. Oh my goodness, very loose on the turn 2 exit there. The car gave him...
No, Pablo. Pablo was the previous one.
I'm sorry, I'm not Pablo. Oscar team. Oscar team. I'm looking at...
We'll get there eventually.
Yeah, you'll do it again. Oscar team, who is the brother of John Team, who was already qualified for the race. Coming down to take his first lap. Flashes over the line. Let's see what his first lap brings us.
43.6.
43.6, dead. 206.422 miles per hour. That is trending towards 10th. So if he keeps this up, he could be in the top 10. That's a good starting spot. He has had a really bad year in F1, unfortunately. He's driving a car that is quick, that Ligier, but he just can't seem to get good results. Things happen to him. He starts from the pit lane. He hasn't had the best of luck. Maybe he'll have better luck in the 500. We'll see. He's not driving a green car, so he's already in better shape there. Well, he's not driving a green car. What I mean is...
let's see, second lap will come in at a 43.31.
And that gives him
207 miles an hour.
207.804. His average is 207.113. That has him trending towards 9th on the grid, so he is getting faster with each lap. Coming down the back straightaway now. He's looking really good. Overall, relatively smooth. No histrionics. Heads through turn 4, heading down, or up the, down the front straightaway. This is south now that we're heading. Crosses the line. 43.295, 207.876 miles per hour. His average to this point, 207.367. That's still 9th, but that's I think it's a good run for him in this car. He is certainly not of the oval persuasion, but neither was Barbatza for that matter. Coming into turn 3, swinging out towards the outside wall, now down to the inside of turn 4, swinging back out again. Smooth run. It's not the fastest we've seen, but it's definitely smooth. Crosses the line. His final lap comes in at 43.042, 209.098, and that puts him 7th on the grid. Nice job. He improved consistently throughout that run. That was good.
Is where he's running on the laps there?
Well, he's probably lost count. That's easy to do. Anyway, his run is complete. He's slotted in 7th. The average for the full run.
Private qualifying, so he's not going to influence anybody.
Yeah. 207.800 as he now comes to the pit lane. Or is he going to? No, he's staying on the track. But his average is 207.800 dead. So that's 7th on the grid. Very good run for Oscar. I'm glad to see that. All right, next up, someone that you and I know. Hails from Spain, I believe.
He does. We know him very well.
Of course, we are talking about the best color commentator that Spain has to offer. Alberto Ibanez is on the track, driving the number 76. Walther entered March 86, powered by a Cosworth, and he is qualifying this car for
David Wattman.
For David Wattman, who's from Sweden and part of the Wattman clan.
Yes, and he's driving Rocky Moran's entry.
This is Rocky Moran's entry. Rocky entered several Indy 500s over the years.
But he didn't start this one. He would start 88, 89, and 90.
Best finish was 14th in 89, yeah. The run now starts.
If Alberto, he's completed the lap already.
Oh, he has.
44.032.
204.397 miles per hour. The average to this point.
It should be noted that if Alberto makes the grid, the car will start last. Anyway,
that's true. So there's really no incentive for Alberto to go super fast here, because
no, what he does is make the grid.
He just needs to make the show. But I can't think of anybody I would choose besides Alberto to qualify a car for me on an oval. I would my first call would be, oh, and Alberto has hit the wall. Oh my goodness, commentator curse once again. I'm extolling the virtues of Alberto as a oval driver, and he promptly hits the turn 4 wall. Now the question is the car damaged? He may still be able to get it into the show, even if it's slightly bent. Let's see.
Yes, you should be registering lap times. Sorry.
That's all right.
I think somebody else is taking care of it. My backup. very effective job if you leave it in. Thank you very much.
43.730, 205.808. That's 15th fastest, but again, it really doesn't matter. It just matters that he gets is able to get the car in the show, because per Indy rules, he will start David will start last. Yeah, the car's crabbing a little bit on him here, I think, but looks like he's going to be able to get it in the show for David. Really kind of Alberto to offer his services. Checks in the mail, I'm sure.
Well,
crosses the
line.
line.
43.407. That's a very respectable time for that car.
Yeah, 205. There's 207.340 for that lap. The average is 205.880 for the 4 laps. And that slots that car in, well, it's 13th fastest, but it's going to start 30. We have one other driver who has a car being qualified for him, so he'll probably, that means Wattman will start, or 32nd, I believe. And then the other one will start
32nd at best.
At best. And then the other one would probably start 33rd if it qualifies.
That'll be the blowtorch.
That would be the blowtorch. Yes. Okay.
And here now is my old car from last year, with a shot at pole position, definite contender, even if its real life drivers were not exactly that lucky with it.
Yep, this is a definite threat for pole here in Brian Janik, the Detroit Demon.
Yes, it would be the complete opposite of what that car achieved in the race, with both Firestone and Kruger wrecking them.
So, if you weren't with us earlier, Brian could not make his run because he had technical issues. He couldn't get on the server, but he is now very much on the server and starting his qualifying run. This is a 87 Lola. It is powered by a Cosworth, a very slippery package, and Brian has been turning in absolutely scorching times for this practice laps. We'll see if it can translate into a pole position run here. Through the North Chute. Into turn number 4. Coming off the turn, using all the racetrack, almost all of it. And let's see what we've got here for the first lap for Brian Janik as he crosses the line. 42.766. 210.
Quickest opener so far.
210.448 miles per hour. That is trending towards the pole position. That is the fastest opening lap we've seen thus far.
Yes, that was barely quicker than mine. A few hundredths of a second, but I just hope he's quicker so I feel less annoyed by not getting pole.
Feathering the throttle there, and coming through turn 4 now is Brian Janik. I know Brian because we both, I used to work in the car design business, and I believe he still does. But he and I graduated from the same college, College for Creative Studies. Into turn 1, let's see what, a little slower, 42.794, but still incredibly fast. 210.310 miles per hour is average for the 2 laps, 210.379, and that would be good enough to give him pole position. So this is a pole run we're looking at right here with Brian Janik. He is handling these turns beautifully. Well, that one was a little ragged, but he's just feathering the throttle a little bit. He was topping out at
but look at that consistency.
He was topping out at 240 at the end of the straights in practice. It was just like, good grief. And a lot of that has to do with how you handle the turns. 42.816, a little slower, 210.202. It's still good enough for the pole, though. He's averaging 210.320. Wonderful entry into turn 3, out to the wall, now back down again for turn 4. This is a great run, what we would expect. So,
yeah, that's pole we're looking at.
That's a pole position run now. Coming off the 4th turn and accepting the checkered flag is Brian Janik, and that is your pole sitting run right there. 42.790. So all 3 laps, except 3 laps in the 42.7s, 1 of 42.8, 210.330. The average for the 4 laps, 210.322, and that puts him on pole. So that was the pole position run right there. Is there anybody else that can knock him off pole? I doubt it. We will see. But for the moment, he is the pole sitter. Okay, we got.
It is, and he's knocked us our team off row 1.
That's okay. If you and I have occupy row 2, I'm comfy with that. I'll have someone by me that I can trust, and we'll just try to get into turn 1 easy. Okay. Without any histrionics.
We've got 200 laps.
Yeah, 800 turns, 200 laps, 500 miles. Cesarius is up next.
Second run for the pizza car, the hot one.
Yes, the hot one, 30 minutes or less.
Well, I hope it'll be less than 30 minutes.
Well, that was the reason the car is numbered 30.
Yeah, well, I could guess it was.
Because the slogan back then is they would deliver your pizza in 30 minutes or it's free. So that's why the car is number 30. This livery was brought to a victory in Indianapolis by Arie Luyendyk in 1990. But at this time, it was driven by Alan Sir Jr. I love the fact that David was able to get those red and blue rims in there. Really cool. Yeah, Al's 5th Indy, his best result so far, won in 92 and 94. And Cezary Slipinski is in the he's the 2023 Pro Car champion already?
Yeah, he is.
Oh wow, so the points already were enough? Dang. His first lap comes in at 43.346, 207.632, and that's enough to place him 8th if he can maintain that kind of pace. Yeah, Cesarius is deadly in those pro cars. Lap 2 complete. 43.438. 207.192. His average now 207.412. That he's now trending towards 10th. But on your second attempt, I think you're trying to just get it in the show, and you're not trying to do anything crazy. Although we certainly saw a pole run from Brian, but wow, right down by the line there. Exits right up by the wall. So he's using the entire racetrack. Crosses the line. That's the end of lap 3. .548. 206.669 miles per hour. The average at this point is 207.164. So he's going slower little by little each lap. It could be the right front tire that's giving him issues. But that's good enough for 11th right now. Look at how he jerks the car into the corner there. He's really fighting it. He does not want to turn left right now. So I don't know if he's working with the tools there, but he takes it right down to the line, right out to the wall. He's using all the racetrack. Coming to the line now to complete a run is Poland's Cezariusz Slipinski, and there he goes over the line. Let's take a look at the speed, 43.210, 208.285 miles per hour. His average for the 4 laps, 207.444, and that's good enough to be 10th on the grid. All right. So Cesarius is safely into the show finally. I'm sure he's relieved. And now we have the second run for Pablo Perucci. And where is Pablo? No, that's Angel. There's no. I believe this is Pablo. No, this is Simon. Is Pablo on the server?
Oh. No, we accidentally left the game. Maybe I should restart.
Well, we could open this.
Yeah, I'll open the server for him.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are experiencing technical difficulties. Please stand by.
So that's about what we expected. I'm going to use this opportunity to run through the grid for everybody while we sort things out. So we've had a few crashes along the way here, but we have 25 cars qualified so far for the 500. I'll run down the list. First is Brian Janik. You saw his run just a bit ago. A pole position run of 210.322 miles per hour. In second, Adam Hackman, True Sports. And these are both, first and second, are 1987 Lolas powered by Cosworth engines. 210.154 for Adam. Third, Juha Bos, March 87 C. Ilmore, time of, or speed of 210.122. In fourth, myself, driving the sister car to Juha's at 209.208 miles per hour. Fifth, Dana Schurer, Machinist Union Racing, 208.368. Sixth, or I'm sorry, that was sixth, Dana Schurer. Seventh is Grant Rudall. No, hang on a minute. I got to go over this again. Okay, so okay, I know what it is. I'm looking at the wrong line of numbers. Okay. All right. First is Brian Janik, 210.322. Second is Adam Hackman, 210.154. Third, Juha Bos, 210.122. Fourth, myself, 209.208. Fifth is Dana Schurer, 208.368. Sixth is Grant Rudall, also in the 208 bracket, 208.123. Seventh, John Team, 208 dead. Eighth, Oscar Team, 207.800. Ninth, Ray Rudall. 10th, Cesare Sklapinski. 11th, Raul Ureb. 12th, Rob DeVries. 13th, Oscar Watring. 14th, Filippo Marazzi. 15th, Alberto Banez, but that is for David Watman. 16th, Peter Hlavich. 17th, Bruno Chacon. 18th, Jules Bouchard. 19th, Luciano Rocha. 20th, Alan Santo. 21st is Mikael Drexler. 22nd, Hedison Oliveira. 23rd, Angel May. 24th, Simon Watman. And the 25th car qualified is Delacella, Greg Delacella. So that's where we're at right now. We don't have a full field yet, but we're going to get there. And there will be bumpage, most likely.
Well, we are giving the chance to, as we're still ahead of schedule, for Pablo to rejoin. Meanwhile, a few guys from the next group already appear to join. Always handy.
Yeah, that's always good. You're doing an excellent job, Juha. Thanks so much for all your efforts.
You're welcome.
To keep this, keep things moving. It's a bit more hectic than usual it turned out, but you're handling this like a champ. I really appreciate it.
I don't think Pablo is on the server currently, but I'll have to. I'm afraid we'll have to be a bit patient.
That's all right. We can do a trivia question. I got 2 more.
Well, I'd say go ahead, because
right. Trivia question here. No time to ponder it, sorry, but in 1966, the Indy 500, which driver was leading with 10 laps to go and broke down, handing the lead and the win to Graham Hill? Was it A, Al Unser, B, Jackie Stewart, Sir Jackie Stewart now, or C, Jim Clark?
Jim Clark?
You're not even going to wait for the TikTok to go down, although you can't hear it, but we got the TikTok going down now. All right, time's up. What do you think?
Well, I said Jim Clark, so I'm going to stick with Jim Clark.
Wrong. Sorry.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, the correct answer was Jackie Stewart.
Oh.
Yeah,
well, right piece of country.
All right, so we have 1 trivia question to go. I'll show it right now just so people can think about it. Which was the first year that Jim Nabors sang the traditional Back Home Again in Indiana? Was it A, 1968, B, 1970, or C, 1972? We'll have the answer later on.
Yes. Let's see what's going on here.
I hear a car on the track.
No.
Who is that?
I don't know who it is, but
interesting.
I think somebody just left.
What the?
Let's see. Oh, we can all call to the server now. I'll give them a bit more time just to make sure everybody actually makes it. And they have 12 minutes left to join.
Good grief, 12 minutes.
Now we're running ahead of schedule, but
yeah, this is a really odd situation. I don't think we've had this situation before in time trials where things just happen so much faster than we think they're going to happen. We still got people, to qualify that had either incidents or wave-offs early on, most notably Matthew Sibignani and David Saber. So it'll be interesting.
And a few accidents, and our track marshal is quite efficient. It's all saving us time.
Yeah, we have great track marshals apparently. So, well, looking at the qualifying order, I mean, you got Brian very, actually, he was probably probably sandbagging just a little bit there, I would think, just to be safe. But 2:10, 3:22, I don't see anybody beating that. It looks like, I mean, if he is on the pole, and then you got Hackman, you and I are starting row 2 at this point. What's the best strategy heading into the first turn, you think? Just try to get through it?
Surviving it would be my strategy.
Well, it'll be nice to have very few cars in front of us because, believe me, I was telling my mother the other day, starting 24th last year, that ain't fun. It's not. Because you've got all these people around you with cold tires who are just trying to sort themselves out. And not to denigrate anyone, but it's very, very sketchy. And you're just trying to survive. And someone made a mistake in the North Chute. Suddenly, we're going very slowly, and I just ran over the back of them and lost my front wing, and that was the end of the race for me, as far as being competitive. And then the rest of the afternoon, I overcranked the Brabham Honda engine and then was rewarded with a barbecue. So hopefully not this year. Yeah.
I see our next batch of drivers is arriving. It's in great numbers suddenly.
Well, that's good.
Always is. Felipe Ehlers has also rejoined. So we're still waiting for Aaron Curtis, Francisco Amaral, and Pablo Parucci. And this is the part of the qualifying where we will get to see the blowtorch.
Oh boy!
One of our favorite cars.
Yes, the blowtorch, a very interesting car. Car number 84. Didn't start because it had a fuel leak on the warm-up lap. But this car competed in 3 500s actually, and it was tossed to George Snyder to qualify at the very last minute. I think we might actually, it's in here somewhere, I think. Where's the blowtorch at? There it is. This is the
yes, Dave Miller is going to qualify it for Matheus da Silva.
There is the blowtorch, right there. Got a nice good shot of it.
Standing still, what it usually does.
This car runs a Chevrolet V6 engine. It's a stock block, not at all dissimilar to the Buick situation. The Buick V6, the Buick V6 and the others. We still haven't seen the Buicks. We still need to see some Buick action on the track because the Great American Road belongs to Buick. You know that, right?
Yes. Well, they're actually all in this group.
That's great. We're going to get to see some stock block action.
If they show up, we should get 3 Buicks. There's one of them joining, so we get at least 2 Buicks.
Yeah, the Great American Road belongs to Buick. All right, so anyway, this I'm not sure why this car was called the blowtorch, probably because it blew up a lot, but in any case, George Snyder qualified this car a few years in a row, and this in particular this one time. The car never made it very far in the race, but
torches do tend to go out.
For stock block fans, it was a fun car.
Yes, and we still wait for 2 drivers, Pablo Parucci and Aaron Curtis, and once they join, well, they have 7 minutes left.
Seawolf, the outlap is the warm-up lap. Seawolf on the chat is asking if we do one warm-up lap, outlap warm-up lap, the 4-time lap. No, we do. The outlap is the warm-up lap. So, yeah, all the Buicks are in this group.
Yes, all Buicks are in this group, and oh yeah, I forgot to tell David Reschke can also join now, but he hasn't logged into the forum today, so I'm afraid that's going to end up in a no-show.
Oh, that's too bad.
For the number 2 car.
Here's one of the Buicks right here. Number 77 Buick. And it's a March 87C. And this one is driven by, if I'm not mistaken, Jakob Fredriksson of Sweden.
Yes, and that's the first car we're going to see.
Great. You can see the Buick logo on the car there with the kind of 6. That's a turbocharger kind of graphic. But yeah, I'm really thrilled to see. And we also have, that's interesting, number 91 is on, oh yeah, that one was picked up by, 91 was picked up by Francisco Amaral, that's right. So, we got a bunch of them in line here. That's the 77 Buick, Derek Daly in the car with that arrow on the helmet. And here we have a person who's joining us that we're very enthused to have with us, Jake from GP Laps, and he is driving Steve Chassey's Life of Indiana United Oil car number 87. That's a pretty sweet helmet too, actually, with flames on it and everything. But we invited Jake to take part. We love his content on GP Laps. It's a lot of fun to watch. He races old and new sims. And he's going to attempt to qualify here, and I think he's actually broadcasting his own qualifying run on his own station we on YouTube. So we appreciate the added exposure that this is giving us.
Yes, we're very, very happy with that.
Yeah, Jake is an awesome guy, very enthusiastic, obviously loves IndyCar racing. He did a whole series of IndyCar Racing 2 on PC doing I believe it was a 1989 season, and he broadcasts the entire race, and it's him against the bots, and he makes it very interesting, and I have no idea how he's able to do that and talk at the same time and not crash. Just I can't believe he's able to do that. In any case, we're thrilled to have him with us, and we wish him luck.
We still have 5 minutes left.
All right, in that case, I'll keep looking at cars.
Yes.
Who do we have here? Oh, that's me. Next to me, I'm in the number 20 car there. Next is the Skull car. This is the man who's responsible for the physics of our cars. Curb Racing, number 98. This is Richard Wilkes, who is responsible for all the right fronts getting red hot. So if you're having a problem with that, mail your complaints to Richard Wilkes. No, just kidding. No, Wilkes is very good at creating physics that are fun to drive but also challenging, and that's a hard balance to strike. This mod, especially at Indy, it's like you cannot just run flat out laps for 4 laps. You have to manage the car during the run, and we can thank Richard for making this a realistic situation. This was the first year that these cars had radial tires, and I'm sure that among other things, what it did is it prevented people from overinflating the tire and using that as kind of a half stagger. You couldn't do that anymore because they just stayed the same. So it changed the way a lot of people ran the track, or attacked the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. But anyway, that's our physics guru right there, Richard Wilkes, in number 98. And let's see who else we have here. I was looking for him. Here he is. This is Aaron Curtis, a very late addition to the field, and he is driving one of the older cars. Oops, he just disappeared.
No, that's Felipe who accidentally left.
Oh, there he is. Okay. Now I have to move the camera. So here we have, there he is right there. Now he's on our screen. This is Aaron Curtis. He hails from Ireland and joined us late. This is one of the oldest cars in the mod. It's a 1985 March, powered by a Cosworth, so it would be of the spin and win vintage. So it's definitely aging technology, but it'd be interesting to see if Aaron can get this car on the grid. Okay. How many minutes we got?
1 minute. Unfortunately, someone is disconnected, so.
Oh, jeez.
I'll be nice and allow them to rejoin.
Okay.
Especially as Felipe was there soon enough. I hope it's not going to take too long.
All right. I'll continue my tour through the garage area then. Here's another new driver to us. German driver, I believe. And one pizza car is never enough. Or wait, no, it's not pizza. Sorry, it's Kentucky Fried Chicken is the sponsor of this car.
Yes, but there is a pizza car in here.
Yes, it's a Pizza Hut car. But this is the Living Well March '87 Buick, driven by. Okay, here we go. Maximilian. How would you say that?
Petrovsky? Or Petrovsky?
Petrovsky, that's right. Okay, I'll go with that. Maximilian Petrovsky, who hails from Germany. So he's driving a Buick. I wonder if he knew just how unusual these cars were when he picked the Buick. In any case. Oh, is this... Am I making a connection now? Is Seawolf Maximilian?
I think he is, yes.
Oh, there he is. Okay, well, yes, you're on the TV. So three Buicks and one Chevy stock block. So this is the stock block section. Definitely not... oh, I'm glad I did. That's great. Thank you. I'm glad I nailed the last name. I don't want to mispronounce people's names. I do that enough in my main job as a professor. But I think he has a good shot at making the field in this car. The Buick, the thing about the Buick is that it's a you know, you got to remember, it's a production car engine. It's not a thoroughbred racing engine. So you have a situation where you got a cast iron V6 block at the back of the car, and if you were to set it up the way you set up, say, a Lola Cosworth or a March Cosworth, it wouldn't work because the back end would just be pendulum. It'd be really heavy. So you have to set up the car very differently to make it work because of the weight distribution for this car. Menards, when they drove Buicks during the 90s, they were very inventive about ways of mitigating that situation. They actually would make their own gearboxes out of magnesium to try to mitigate the big giant weight at the end of the car.
All right, unfortunately we've waited long enough, so I think we can go now.
Okay.
So unfortunately for Felipe, as he doesn't appear to rejoin, but we cannot wait eternally. So we go to the next session.
All right. Well, we cannot be faulted for being judicious. No. And let's do some stock block driving now. How about that?
3 cars in a row. Would you believe it?
I am in heaven. I am in stock block heaven. First up will be Fredrickson. DNF engine on lap 134. That sounds about right for a Buick. Unfortunately, that was the actual car with Derek Daly qualified in 1987. Now I've got that damn song in my head. The great American road belongs to Buick.
Oh, this one certainly didn't.
Yeah, you got to remember Buick at the time. Most of what they were selling was Roadmasters and Regals, and not exactly the cream of American motor cars, but could get you where you were going comfy. All right, I don't see Jakob heading to the track. I'll wait until.
Yeah, in a Derek Daly car before Derek switched to the number 10 rated entry.
Listen to that low hum. And also remember that the Buick engines are allowed more boost per the rules. There goes Jakob in his March 87 Buick. Down the back straightaway. Very different sounding cars. Through the North Chute, he's going to start his qualifying run. Jakob really was intent on picking a Buick this time. Oh, whoa, he really swinging off of that corner. Coming down to take the green flag to start his run. The first stock block of the day. Jakob Fredrickson from Sweden. I love that sound. Through turn 2, onto the backstretch. Looks good so far. Oops, wait. It'd be interesting to see his speed at the end of the straight here. Let's see what he gets. Because remember, he's got extra boost. So I've got the miles per hour up here. 2:27, 8, 9, 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Oh, that's a very competitive time.
Oh my goodness. It sure is. So he's getting to 2:36 at the end of the straight there.
And he's currently putting that thing in the top 10.
Wow, 43.377, 207.483 miles per hour. That is good enough to be 10th right now for pace racing March 87C Buick in the hands of one of our super Swedes.
Oh. Yeah, but look at that split time. He's nearing the 42s.
Good grief.
Ooh. 43.178. Currently 9th.
That is incredible. 208.439 on that lap. His average to this point, 207.961. Trending 9th is Jakob Fredriksson driving the stock block Buick. Excellent. Curious what his speed here is at the end of the straight. 232, 3, 4, 5, 6. Still 236 at the end of the straight. Lap 3 comes in at 43.189, 208.386. His average to this point, 208.103. That's good enough for 8th on the grid. Wow. That's really great in this car.
It is, and it's not over yet.
All right. Into turn 4.
And he's improving. Oh. Oh, this could be a very good grid position for the Buick. 6th.
43.100. Oh, and he loses his... he's going to just let it go ahead and let it spin. 208.817. He's going to see if he can blow the engine, and he has. Oh, no, he hasn't. It's still running. The average on that lap, 208.817. Average speed, 208.281. He's 6th on the grid. 6th on the grid. Fantastic. All right. Who wants some fried chicken?
What you gonna sport off at the fitness center?
Just about ready to leave Gasoline Alley is Petrovsky.
In a car of the exact same variety as the previous one.
Yeah, this is the exact same type of car. It is a March 87 Buick. Leaving pit lane is Petrovsky. This is a new name for us. We know nothing about this guy except that he likes to go by Seawolf on YouTube. The next car up will be Dave Miller in the blowtorch.
Well,
coming down the front straightaway now to start his run. He's hitting 231 at the end of the straight, so my guess is his car is not... Oh, he glances the wall! On his first lap, he's already glanced the wall with the right rear. Hopefully, I mean, the right rear is definitely stronger than the right front, so hopefully he's not going to be in any serious problem here. Let's see what happens. Coming down the back straightaway. Heading into turn number 3, way off the apex. The car is going to spin! Damn it! Oh.
That's an accident.
Oh, shoot. Well, unfortunately, he'll have another shot later, but dang, that's too bad. All right, so now we move on. Dave Miller in the AJ Foyt Enterprises' third entry, the Blowtorch. And here he is, exiting the pit lane. Chevy V6 stock block. No, it is not one of the Ilmores. We have to specify. All right. He's trying to take care of that engine as he exits the... Yes, it is Miller time, yes. Walt Whitman over here. It is Miller time. Stuff R Us. The live stand-ins can be seen in the Google sheet that is in the description for this video. If you go on the second part of that Google sheet, you'll see the grid. You'll see where we are. I'm gonna, once we get to the end of this set of people, I will go through the grid one more time. Miller's got a lot of fans in the chat here. Dave Miller fan club, led by Angel May and Barry Lynn Wilson. Coming through turn 1, now into turn 2. He is qualifying this car for Mateus da Silva. So one would assume that he would start 33rd. But still, Dave gets to shine here and show his oval skills, if only in qualifying. Oh, he misses the apex there, swings out wide. Brings it through turn 4. He's trying to be gentle. I think he just wants to get it in the show. Crosses the line. See what his first lap brings him.
Yes, and it helps if I type it on the correct computer.
44,348, 202,940. So that average would put him in 21st right now. Track seems slippery right now, says Oliver Jr. No, but I can tell you that my right knee was jumping up and down as I was trying to feather the throttle in turns 1 and 3. Not fun. Lap 2 comes in at 43,876. That's better. 205,124. Average is 204,032 to this point for Dave Miller.
I think Dave's looking good to make the grid.
Listen to that sound at full song. The Blowtorch rides again in Indianapolis. Okay, lap 3 complete now.
Oh, no.
No! Oh my goodness, no! Another crash. 44,075 was the third lap, but it won't matter because that run is over, obviously. Oh no, the Blowtorch bites to dust at Indy. Dang. Okay. My goodness, we're seeing a lot of late action, but not the kind we would like to see. Okay, here comes a run that we've been waiting for. A guy that we admire very much, Jacob William. And I believe he is starting his run soon. Yeah, here he is. Yes. Jacob William of GP Laps, driving a 1987 March. It's powered by a Cosworth, and he has been showing good practice times. I would not be surprised if he qualifies inside the top 10. And as I mentioned before, he is broadcasting his qualifying run on his own stream. I can't wait to watch that later. 4 through turn 4. Looks great. Looks really good. Coming down to start his run. Jacob William of GP Laps, United Oil entry, starts his qualifying run. Through turn 1, looking very good, smooth. Swings it out to the south chute wall into turn 2. Looking smooth so far. Blasting down the back straightaway. This car actually bumped Dominic Dobson out of the field in 1987, I believe. And we saw it in that archival film. DNF for this car in the real race, engine on lap 68. Too bad. Well, we'll hope for better things for Jacob as lap 1 is now complete. 43.055. 209. That is extremely good. That is extremely good. 209.035 miles per hour. He's currently trending for 4th place on the grid. That is excellent. Excellent opening lap for Jacob William. Into the 3rd turn, looking really good. Off of turn 4, heading down the straightaway, looking really good. Really, really good. .877, 209.903 miles per hour. The average to this point, 209.469, and this will put him in 4th place if he can keep it up. Great run. Great run. Excellent. Into turn 3. Feathers the throttle. Beautiful line. Nice work. Heading into turn 4. Feathers it just a tiny bit. Exiting 4, letting the car run free. This is looking to be an excellent run here.
Oh yes, it's looking very, very good.
That's, yeah, excellent. This gets better. Well, it's a little slower now. 43.070. And that's 208.962. His average to this point is 209.300. That'll put him in 4th place on the grid if he can keep it up. Jacob William of GP Laps making a big impression here in his United Oil special. Well, I guess it wouldn't be a special because a lot of cars are March 87C Cosworths, but down the straight he comes to complete the run. A very clean and very professional looking run, but what else would we expect from this guy?
And that puts him 5th.
That puts him 5th on the grid, a little bit slower. 43.151, 208.570, 209.117. Jacob William lives up to advanced billing and puts this car 5th on the grid. Great run. Great run. And we thank him for his participation. Thrilling to see him in our field for the 500. All right. I'll be interested to watch that run later from his point of view. Francisco Amaral is next.
No, Francisco unfortunately left the service, so Anders Nilsson is next.
All right, so Anders is next. There he is. In the Pizza Hut sponsored car, number 97. This is the same, actually this is a year older March than what Jacob was running. It's powered by a Cosworth. Here he comes off turn 4 to start his run. Nilsson grabbed this car at the last minute, wanted to join in on the fun. Once the month of May gets going, it's pretty hard to not catch the Indy fever. He's looking really good. Very smooth. Coming through turn 2 onto the backstretch, just right out next to the wall. Nice line. Into turn 3. Yeah, from the blimp. All right, this looks like it ought to be a pretty good lap because he drifts it a little bit coming off at 4. Another Swedish super Swede we have here. Let's see how he does. Crosses the line. 43.543, 206.692. That's good enough to be 13th on the grid. But I'm sure he's just getting warmed up. Fourth turn. Yeah, he's dirt tracking it a little bit off that corner. Nilsson is. Second lap is complete now. $43.075. 208.938. That's a big improvement. 208.938. Yeah, he is now averaging 207.815. 815. And that is good enough to be 11th. So that first lap cost him a bit. He's getting up to speed. I figured he would get up to speed. But that first lap, that was kind of tentative. Coming down now to complete lap number 3. Number 97 entry. It'll be interesting to see which pizza car finishes ahead of the other one. 43.18168, 208.4488. His average at this point 208.039, and he's 10th currently. Coming down now to complete the 4th lap and complete his qualifying run, Anders Nilsson, who said he was done driving ovals. I guess not. Goes across the line and completes the run, qualifies for the 500, and his time and speed.
8th place.
8th place. Big improvement there. 43.084. 208.894 miles per hour. The average speed, 208.253 for the 4 laps. He is 8th on the grid.
Now Richard Wilkes in the year-old Cosworth engine March.
Yep. There he goes out on the track. Our physics guru, Richard Wilkes. Don't be surprised if this car qualifies in the top 10 or 5. Because no one knows these cars better.
Well, I think 5 is a bit steep for that, even for that car with him driving, but top 10 could be a possibility.
This is the sister car to the one that Troy Barman was going to drive. But we'll see how Mr. Wilkes is able to do in this car. Nice car.
Yeah, we currently have 28 drivers on the grid and 6 candidates left.
All right, so bumpage will commence before we know it. DNF, this actual car in the race, raced by Ed Pym, lost boost on lap 109. If you lose boost in these cars, you're basically out there in the way. There's no reason to continue if you don't have boost. I wonder how you would lose boost. Maybe a cracked header or something. Anyway, here he comes through to complete lap number 1. We'll see how he does here. Richard Wilkes, hailing from Portugal, driving for Curb Racing. Lap 1 complete. 43.598. Oh no! Oh no! He bins it into... Oh shoot! Into the turn 1 wall. No! Oh.
Well, that's not what we used to.
No, that was not what we were expecting. Damn. Okay. So what does that do to us? Our next car is David Saber, I believe.
No, Aaron should be Aaron Curtis if he's here.
Attempt number 2. This would be for Saber.
No, it's Aaron Curtis you need to be looking for.
Oh, Aaron Curtis. All right. There he is. He's on the track. Aaron Curtis, driving one of the older cars in the field, does 285 marches. And did this car even make the race in 1987? Car wasn't in. Car
no, it wasn't even there.
No, it wasn't even there. Shoot. All right. So he's underway now. The car looks very tentative going through the corners here. Yeah, he's definitely feathering the car. Here's a look at the inside of an 85 March, probably the only one we're going to get, so take a good look. Oh, no. Oh, no! Another crash. Oh.
Well, that's becoming a bad habit.
Well, there were a lot of accidents in 1987, so we're living up to that part of the realism. Dang. All right, so what does that do to us now?
Well, it's next up is it should have been Felipe Elias in on the Sabre.
Okay, as Aaron Curtis crashes in his attempt, Felipe Elias in number 24. I don't have a graphic for him because he jumped cars late, but
yeah, but he disconnected, so he won't be in this group.
All right, well, that takes care of that. Do we have David here?
Yes, he's currently heading on track.
All right, good. All right, let's see if David can put the Dick Simon number 23 in the show. Oh, there he is. Okay. This is attempt number 2 for David Sabre, who crashed earlier. It was kind of a lazy spin in turn 2 that he just couldn't grab a hold of. Look at him weaving back and forth. He's trying to get heat in the tires. He doesn't want that to happen again. Takes the green flag. Looks a lot better through 2 here. Looking good. 44, 337, 202.991 miles per hour. That's good enough for 24th so far. Is David Sabre. And next up is Maximilian Petrovsky in his second attempt in the stock block Buick. All right, here comes lap number 2 completed for David Sabre. 43.941. That's 204.820. Big improvement on that lap. The average is 203.905, and he makes it through 2 with no problem. He's looking good. I wonder if he made any adjustments, Juha, between this run and the last.
Well, it definitely looks stable. Oh, that's a decent improvement.
Yeah. He's going to be starting back in the way back in the pack where it's all elbows and I don't know. I don't want to say it. I want to keep this a family program. Lap 3.
Oh. No.
43, 853, 205.231. Average to this point, 204.347. Trending for 22nd. Oh, man. I think he's glad that run's over. Final lap comes in at 44.062. 204.258 is average. Oh, he starts in the same position his car number is, 23rd. 204.325 for the 4-lap average. Well, good to see David get the car in the show. All right, next it's fried chicken time again.
With Seawolf.
It's Seawolf time again, yes. Oh, there he is. All right, this is the second attempt for Seawolf. Maximilian. March 87 C Buick. Hemmelgarn Racing. So if this car qualifies, there'll be 2 Hemmelgarn cars in the field. The other one qualified by John Team. Takes the green flag, starts his run. Swings out. Down low. Ooh, flirts with that line. But he manages to pull it off.
Well, I'd say it's looking better than before.
Yeah,
a bit of a wide line here.
His turn speeds are down in the 180s, so that doesn't.
No!
Oh no! Oh no! Well, he doesn't hit the inside wall, thankfully. Oh wait, is he? No, he did. He tapped it. Oh well. All right, so he has one more shot at the field. One more shot. I don't think we've ever had anyone make it on a third attempt, but we'll see.
Oh, maybe on the bumping.
Yeah. That's where the stuff really gets interesting. All right, so the server is now open.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
No, because Dave Miller is not back.
Oh, Miller's getting.
Yeah. I've been adding all the reruns at the end now, so.
Okay, so Miller's getting his second attempt in the blowtorch. All right, Miller time again. See if he can get the blowtorch in the show. Back straightaway now. And he's maxing at 230 on the back straightaway there. But Man, it looks like that back end is very heavy in these turns.
Yeah.
He's fighting to keep the back end from overtaking the front. First lap comes in at 44.5 or 44.458, 202.438. That's enough to be 26th on the grid. Currently, we have 29 cars qualified. So not quite a full grid yet, but we're getting there.
Yeah, it looked a bit loose.
Yep, it did. Come on, we want the blowtorch in the race. Third lap complete for Dave Miller.
Improving slightly.
Yep. That's the second lap, sorry. 44.003. 204.532. That would put him 25th on the grid. Average to this point, 203.485. Smooth run from Miller so far. Keeping that.
Well, I think it looks very loose.
Well, he's doing the best he can to keep it nailed down.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he does.
People are comparing their wing settings in the chat. Okay. $44,401. 202,698. Average to this point, 203,223. That's 28th fastest. But of course, it won't matter because it's going to basically end up being the 32nd car starting. Or 33rd, I believe. Yes. 33rd.
Oh!
Oh!
Yeah, but that could be good enough.
We'll see. Crosses the line. Second attempt complete and done and dusted. 43.954. That was his fastest lap, I believe. 204.760.
Yeah, that puts him in the grid. That's fine.
That's
He's
good.
safe.
203.607 was the average for the 4 laps. 25th on the grid. Well, until it will be 33rd once things shake out. But great job by Dave Miller to get that car in the field for Mateus da Silva. All right, so we'll see if it gets bumped. But I don't know. We'll see what happens here.
No, he won't get bumped because he's 25th and well, the slowest car so far is Greg de la Cella, so he's safe.
And Wilkes is going to make his second attempt now. March 86C, powered by Cosworth. Curb Racing. Good, looks smooth. $43,604, 206.403 miles per hour, 17th. Fastest so far. Coming off the fourth turn, here comes lap number 2. 43.293. 207.886. He's averaging 207.144. That's currently still good enough. Oh, it's good enough to be 14th, so that increase was quite consequential there. .208. 0.59 miles per hour. That is an average so far of 207.449. That's good enough for 13th. Lap 4, the finish of the run. 42. 11th, wow. 42.989, 209.356 miles per hour, the average speed. 207.926 for the 4 laps. 42.9 is excellent in that car. Man. All right. So is it chicken time one more time?
No, Aaron Curtis first.
Oh, Aaron Curtis goes first. Okay, this will be Aaron's third attempt, I believe.
No, a second.
Second attempt. All right, I'm thinking too far ahead. Uh-oh. Having a bit of difficulty getting out of the pit lane here. There he goes. Oh, watch it. Don't overrev the engine. Goes Aaron Curtis, attempt number 2. Sounds like he's having trouble getting that gearbox to do what he wants. The turn looks pretty good. Looking smoother this time, better than he was before. And due to all the people dropping out here, we have 31 cars qualified, correct?
I think so, yes.
So actually we may actually end up not having any alternates. Lap 2 is complete. That's a bummer. There's no bumpage. First lap complete for Aaron Curtis. 45.287, 198.733 miles per hour. That would put him 31st on the grid. So it's the slowest run we've seen. Well, it's second to slowest, but it's a car that, as it looks like he paints the wall a little bit there. This is a car that's very hard to get going quick. See if he improves this lap. Second lap comes in. 44.816, 200.821 miles per hour. His average to this point, 199.777. That puts him 30th. according to the YouTube chat, it appears that Amaral, Ellis, and Perucci want to run again. They've posted.
Yes, they do.
Okay, well that means that there will be bumpage then. All right, and we'll have alternates. That's good too. 44.746, 201, 135. Average at this point is 200.230, and that's good enough to be 30th on the grid. So, flirting with possible bumpage here is Aaron, but he is definitely driving smooth and doing the best he can in this ancient car. Coming off of turn 4, heading down the front straightaway. Takes the checkered flag, completes his run. And he just slows it right down. He doesn't want to go any further.
And I need to register the last lap, 44.638.
That is a 201.622 mile per hour lap. His 4-lap average, 200.578. And that's good enough for 29th on the grid. All right. Now it is fried chicken time again. I got a bit trigger happy with that earlier. I'm sorry. Nope. That's not the right slide. Hang on one second. Yep. All right. Conservative on this lap. Right. All right, first lap complete for Maximilian Petrovsky.
Is that a 44.497 or did I miss? I'll check. No worry.
$44,497, 202, 261. That's good enough to put him 28th on the grid. Oh man, did you see that? It got really loose there. He had to check it really quickly. Not sure what he changed between this run and the last one, but it's still looking very loose. Yeah.
Well, it'll look. Yeah, it's going to be good enough to put him in the grid if he keeps going.
Yeah, but he's got to keep going. That's the thing. That back end wants to swap with the front, like in the worst way. It's that Buick. That big cast iron Buick. All right, we'll see what lap 3 holds for the Seawolf. He's still doing the same speed at the end of the straight, 231. is his terminal velocity, 44,188, 203,675. So each lap has gotten better. He's 27th now. Average speed to this point, 203.416. Comes off the turn. I think he's safe by this time, Juha.
It looks like it.
Yep. Kentucky Fried Chicken crosses the line. His last lap comes in at 44.396, 202.721. The average for the 4 laps, 203.243 miles per hour, 28th on the grid. And if those of you who are curious, we have to this point.
I'm just working on the thing, so don't stand by me for a few seconds.
Gotcha.
While I fix. Okay. Yeah.
All right.
Okay, now we have. I was going to say 33 drivers qualified.
We do. We have a full field. So the field is now full. We're going to open the server so people can get in. Let the bumpage begin. Bumpage starts now. The car on the bubble is Greg Delacella with a speed of 198.169. All right. So server will open and we'll let people in. This is a good time to do the trivia answer. Last trivia question we had. Trivia question number 4 and the final one. Which was the first year that Jim Nabors sang the traditional Back Home Again in Indiana? Was it A, 1968, B, 1970, or C, 1972? Time's up. What do you think?
I was busy, so I'm going to skip answering this one.
No, you're not going to answer? 68, 70, 72? You don't want to take a shot?
72.
Guess what?
Wrong.
No, you're correct. 1972 was the first year he sang Back Home Again in Indiana. All right. So the server is open.
It is.
Remember that coming up 1 week from today, all the people that you've seen here driving 4 torturous laps with the eyes of everybody on YouTube on them. 71st Indianapolis 500-mile race, 1987 edition, is on our channel. It'll be, your host will be Johnny Aces, Alberto Banez with the color. Round 2 of 5 in the Lucas Vidra Trophy. But I'm thinking the milk and the elation of having survived 500 miles is going to be rewarded as well, as getting lots and lots of LVT points, because it's a 500-mile race. Check the forum for the schedule, but I think we can quite confidently say it will be 1900 CEST to start.
It will, yes. It definitely will.
Okay. All right. So we're gonna take a bit of a breather here while we wait for those who are interested in making another attempt to file onto the server. The field is full. I'll read the field for you.
Yes, and there's 3 more drivers ready to qualify.
So we could see bumpage.
Yes.
Okay. On pole right now is Brian Janik with a speed of 210. 210.322. In second place, Adam Hackman, speed of 210.154. Third, Juha Bos, 210.122. Fourth, myself at 209.208. Fifth is Jacob William of GP Laps, 209.117. Sixth, Dana Schurer, 208.368. Seventh is Jakob Fredriksson, the first of the stock blocks, with a speed of 208.281. Eighth, Anders Nilsson, in an older March Cosworth with a speed of 208.253. Ninth, Grant Riddall, AJ Foyt Enterprises, 208.123. And rounding out the top 10 is John Team in the Hemmelgarn March 87 C Cosworth, 208 dead, 208.0. 11th is Richard Wilkes. 12th, Oscar Team. 13th, Ray Riddall. 14th, Cesarius Slipinski. 15th, Raul Ureb. 16th, Rob DeVries. 17th, August Watring. 18th, Filippo Marazzi. 19th, Alberto Ibanez. 20th, Peter Hlavich. 21st, Bruno Chacon. 22nd, Jules Bouchard. 23rd, Luciano Rocha. 24th, David Saber. 25th, Alan Santo. 26th, Dave Miller, qualifying for Mateus da Silva. 27th is Mikael Drexler. 28th, Maximilian Petrovsky. 29th, Hedison Oliveira. And 30th, Aaron Curtis. 31st, Angel May. 32nd, Simon Watman. And 33rd, final car in the field at the moment, Greg Della Cella. The speed to beat to get into the field is 198.169. So there you go. That's how we stand right now. So bumping begins in earnest. And it may be a very short bumping session if the speeds are where I think they're going to be. We'll see.
And we have 2 more minutes to see if eventually Greg Della Cella wants to join us, and then we can go. I just hope we can get all runs.
So looking at the provisional grid, any surprises looking at this? Any names? I mean, the return of Dana Schurer is welcome, and Jacob William being in the mix there is really going to make it interesting. A stock block starting 7th is pretty sweet.
It is, yes. Right, it doesn't look like we're going to have anybody joining us. So we got 30 seconds left, and then we can move.
Okay. How many cars do we have that are going to attempt?
We have 3 left to attempt.
Okay.
So it's going to be quite tricky because I don't think we have time for all of them. Well, eventual second attempt. So yeah, nobody joined.
Well, that's assuming that they don't beat the time.
Yeah, exactly.
Which I'd be really shocked if that were the case personally, but we'll see. All right. Everyone write down the speed to beat so you can keep track of it.
It's gonna be interesting because theoretically we have time for 5 runs.
That's amazing. After all that loose time we had there, we're still up against the...
Yeah, well, we had loads of accidents.
That's true. That it did eat up a lot of time. Okay, so the speed to beat is 198.169, which seems like a pretty low... Somebody should be able to beat that. We'll see.
Come on. No, that's the wrong direction.
Uh-oh.
Oh, there we
Pablo?
go. Yeah, okay, he's found it. Okay. Last time I had was Petrovsky.
There he goes. All right. Petrovsky. I'm sorry, Pablo Perucci.
Yeah.
Yes, Pablo Perucci heading onto the track now. Okay, bumpage now underway in Indy qualifying. Careful. And he takes the green flag, and he's on his run.
So we still have 3 Brazilians in 3 March 87 Cosworths trying to qualify.
Well, actually, this is an 86.
Oh. I had down as an 87.
Yeah. The other 2 that are coming up are 87s.
Oh dear.
So there's definitely the equipment here to bump onto the grid.
Well,
into turn 4, let's see. It looks pretty good. Let's see what the speed is. Coming off the 4th turn is Pablo Perucci. Perucci actually tried to qualify a Parnelli VPJ2 in the 74 mod, but didn't make it in. First lap speed is in 45 250 198 895. It's fast enough. It's fast enough to make the field.
It is.
Potential bumpage underway. Yeah, it does look like a handful, and believe me, the people who are driving the cars at the back, they're the ones who work the hardest. Not the people at the front. It's the people at the back. That's the interesting part about Indy. Second lap is in 44 769 201. That's definitely fast enough. 201 032. Average to this point. Average to this point is 199.963, so that would be good enough to put him 31st on the grid and bump Greg Delacella out of the field.
Yes, and Greg isn't here, so if he's out, he's out.
No, the rule is if you're out, you're out. That's it. That was you have no, these people have no backup car to jump in, so that's it. You're out.
Okay.
So there's no requalifying.
Ah, okay. I thought there was. No, that's a bit.
No, it's not the case. We're playing it strictly by the rules this year. We're not pretending.
Okay.
We're not pretending people have second cars they can use. 44,466, and the time and speed report comes in at 2:02,402. The average is over 200 miles an hour now. 200,776. On his final lap, man, that car looks evil to drive. But it looks like he's going to bring it home, coming off the fourth turn. Comes to the line. 44,285, 203.229 miles an hour. The average 201,389, and that is good enough to make the field. Greg Delacella has been bumped.
Okay, and what happened if Greg was still here?
They couldn't run again.
Oh, they couldn't?
No.
Oh.
No, it's the same car. It's been bumped out of the field, so that's it.
Okay.
All right, so now our next contestant is Francisco Amaral.
Well, then there will be enough time unless people keep crashing.
Mm-hmm. Just looking at who is on the server at the moment. All right, here comes Francisco. He didn't really even have a first attempt, did he? This is attempt.
No, he didn't.
No, this is attempt number 1.
No.
So
one of the drivers we're looking at have. I've got Parucci listed as a second attempt, but that'll be by accident. I don't think he's. Oh yeah, Parucci was his second attempt. He crashed.
Yes, that was a second attempt. This is a first attempt by Francisco Amaral, who drives a Williams in the 86 GP series. Coming through turn 4. He's very tentative with that line. He's running kind of a middle line, definitely not getting the speed he could get out of that car, but it may be enough anyway. Coming across the line now. 44,069, 204.225 is the speed, and the speed that he has to beat is 198.199 set by Simon Watman. So it appears that he's going to be able to do. Oh, whoa, goodness! That looked really tentative. Goodness. And he just manages to avoid hitting the wall. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, a little tentative, but still would be enough to make the grid. He's averaging to this point 204.565, so definitely fast enough. It actually would put him 23rd. But man, he's going to have to work on that thing for race day. He does not look comfy.
Yeah, but as long as he makes the grid, they'll be fine.
Yeah, that's the key. All right, coming off of turn 4, this is going to be the end of lap 3. Roughly 15 minutes to go in qualifying.
Oh.
$44,508, 202.211. His average to this point, 203.780. So it's not only good enough to get in the grid, he's going to be a little further up the field. He's going to be in 26th, which isn't too bad. He's not going to be on the last row. He seems more comfortable now. Still twitching a bit, but he seems more comfortable. Comes through turn 4. Ooh. Still very sketchy, but he's going to get it done. Crosses the line, qualifies
26th.
4 44, 197, 203, 634. His average is 203, 743, and that's good enough to be 26th on the grid. And that means Simon Watman has been bumped.
Yes, and now we have the final car trying to be Felipe Elias. And the car on the bubble is
Angel May.
Angel May.
Angel May is now on the bubble. And the last
Yes,
car to
and that
attempt to
means
run.
if she gets bumped, she cannot requalify. And that would be quite heartbreaking to be bumped by the very last car.
All right, this is going to be the first attempt too for Felipe Elias. And
Yes. The good news for him is that there is time for him to do all his attempts.
Yeah, this used to be Little Al's car. I do not have a graphic for this car because it was taken at the last minute. So here's Felipe Elias in number 24. We have no clue what Felipe's pace is in this car. We haven't seen him run before. The speed to beat to get on the grid is 199.464. Crosses the line. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it'll be interesting because I'm looking at Angel May's times at the same time, so.
Turn speed tells the story.
It does. 2.5. At this rate, Angel is in the race.
All right, well, we'll see what happens when he comes
But
up.
Felipe has 2 more attempts.
That's true. He has 2 more attempts after this.
But this definitely is not quick enough.
No, it's not. 190.122. So, Angel is safe for the moment by some 9 miles per hour. Down to complete the run, or complete the lap, sorry. Speed is 46.939. 191.738, but still far too slow to make the field. The speed to beat again is to Angel May. Angel May being on the bubble is 199.464. So, at best, he's going to be a 36th alternate for the race out of 3.
That's still not good enough.
Yeah, you had to, well, if you wanted to try to qualify again for the race, you had to get in a different car. That's the thing. And none of us have any backup cars. That's the premise we're working with here. All right, coming through turn 4. And see what the speed brings. Angel's probably going to be safe.
I think she is, yes.
Yes. All right.
That's too slow. So he can try again. He's got 2 more attempts.
Well, what time is it? It's 20. He's got 10 minutes. And if he's got 10 minutes to make another run here. So tell Felipe he has 2 more attempts.
Is he leaving the pits now, or is he entering?
He's entering the pits right now. Is he going to make another attempt here? Because time's running out.
I hope so.
All right, here he goes.
He is. He's moving.
All right, it's attempt 2. All right, coming through turn 1 now. Let's see if he can improve on this run. He would have to trim the thing out a lot, I think, if he wants to. My guess is he's running way too much wing. Because it looked smooth. His line was smooth, everything looked right, the car was just slow. 8 minutes to go. Watching the clock here. Yep, I've got an official Paris time up here now so I can make sure. We now have exactly 7 minutes left in qualifying. So he could start a third run if this one doesn't work and we shoot the gun at 30 after. He's waving this one off. He's waving the run off.
Yeah.
So, what does that mean? Is he going to go again, or is he going to try something else?
Well, he's got 1 more run left.
Dying dying moments of qualifying here. It's been a very interesting afternoon. I'd like to take this occasion to say a very, very special thanks to Juha and Tim Hilla for their efforts behind the scenes. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
The expert job you've done keeping everything nice and tidy, and in a situation where, frankly, it was working against you a lot of the time. I really appreciate the hard work. I am going to take up the task of preparing the race thread, so you don't have to worry about that. I will take care of it this evening, since I have more time. It's bedtime for you, but in any case, I really appreciate all the efforts, and also thank you to everybody watching on YouTube for taking part in our time trials, and hope that it's been an entertaining time. I think we have set up a really interesting grid for the 500 next week. It's going to be very fun to watch. Jonathan will be the play-by-play, and Alberto Abanez, who qualified a car earlier for someone, he's going to be doing the color. But should be really exciting. So we wait and with bated breath to see if Elias is going to make one more attempt, or if we're going to call it a day.
He said he doesn't know what happened to his setup.
Well, he's got time. I mean, he's got 4 minutes.
5 minutes.
4 minutes,
4
30
minutes,
seconds, according to official Paris time. 4 minutes, 30 seconds. Matthew Sibignani never returned. And
No, he didn't.
And that's disappointing because that's the car that won the race in 1987, and it's not going to be in this one. Too bad. It seems odd, but in any case. That second attempt, yeah, we waved it off, so it doesn't matter. Something didn't seem okay.
It's a wave off.
All right, well, here
It's
he
a wave
goes.
off.
Okay, so no matter what happens, this is the final run of the day. Here comes...
It says yes.
Yes, here comes Felipe Elias. This is his third attempt, last attempt to qualify for the race. If he can't qualify for it, he will be one of the alternates because we have exactly 36 people who have presented. So he will have a full grid plus 3 alternates, which is ideally what we want. Because you never know, someone might suddenly realize they can't make race day, and that'll elevate the 34th person in. So having 3 alternates is definitely handy. Coming down the back straightaway now, I wonder what changes Felipe has made to the car. We'll soon find out if they're going to make any difference. Ooh, he totally missed the apex there. Look out. Okay, coming into turn 4 now. Off the turn. The car looks very loose now, so maybe he took a lot of wing out of it. Shifting still, actually, as he approaches the line. And goes on his qualifying run. It is 11:27 and 30 seconds in Paris. So this is definitely going to be the last run. Heading down the back straightaway. Yeah. He glances the wall, yeah. So now the question is, it was a pretty square hit, so maybe he's okay, but let's see. Coming off the 4th turn, let's see if this is any better for him. .44.
Oh,
149.
yeah, that is good.
It is better, yes. 203.855. That is a significant jump. So that does put Angel May in peril.
It does.
Yes, so
but he has to keep it going.
he does, yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing, he has to keep it going.
And he doesn't even have time for a wave off.
Boom! Hits the wall again. Oh no.
He can't even wave off. It's this or it's nothing. It's...
Yeah, the car is now definitely bent. He's crabbing and having difficulty.
No! Oh, he gives up!
No!
Oh, no!
I think he's having a hard enough time just keeping it going straight. He spins out, and that is it. That is going to be it for
Angel
time
is in the race.
Angel is in the race, and so that means that Elias's time that he set in the lap that didn't make the field will stand for his alternate speed. So that's it. 30 seconds to go until we fire the gun. Any final thoughts, Juha?
Well, it was a very exciting evening, and again, we finished just in time.
We did. We just on time. So
it keeps getting exciting every year.
Yes. So
Until
here we go. 20 seconds.
Oh, yeah. Felipe had a puncture.
Oh, he had a puncture. Goodness. Probably from hitting the wall, no less. Okay.
Yeah, that was unfortunate because the speed was definitely there.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there it is, the end of qualifying for 2023 for our Indianapolis 500. So we thank everybody for tuning in. Reminder that the race is next Sunday, 1900 CEST. There will be a race thread going up late this evening showing the qualifying order and the particulars of the race itself. The broadcast for that race will be with Johnny Aces and Alberto. But before we leave the air, we're going to read for you the qualifying order, if that's all right with...
Yes, it's already sorted.
It's already sorted. Okay, excellent. On the pole, Brian Janik for Renault Racing with a speed of 210.322 miles per hour. In second place, outside of the front row, Adam Hackman for True Sports in the same type of machinery, 210.154. Third, Juha Bos of Belgium, Patrick Racing, 210.122. Fourth, Jason White, yours truly, Patrick Racing. So we got row 2 all to ourselves. Yes. 209.208. In fifth, from GP Laps, Jacob William in the United Oil March 87C Cosworth, 209.117. In sixth, Dana Schurer, welcome return for her, Machinist Union Racing, 208.368. Seventh, and the first of the stock blocks, Jakob Fredriksson with a speed of 208.281. Eighth, Anders Nilsson, 208.253. Ninth, Grant Radal, 208.123. And rounding out the top 10 is John Team with a speed of 208 miles per hour exactly. 11th, Richard Wilkes. 12th, Oscar Team, matching the number of his car. 13th is Ray Radal. 14th, Cesare Slipinski. 15th, Raul Ureb. 16th, Rob DeVries. 17th, August Watring. 18th, Filippo Marazzi. 19th, Alberto Ibanez, but that's him qualifying for, I believe, who was it?
I was going to say Matthias de Silva, but it's not.
No, it's
David
not.
Watman.
David Watman, thank you. 20th is Peter Hlavich. 21st, Bruno Chacon. 22nd, Jules Bouchard. 23rd, Luciano Rocha. 24th, David Saber. 25th, Alan Santo. 26th, Francisco Amaral. 27th, Dave Miller. 28th, Mikael Drexler. 29th, Maximilian Butrovsky. 30th, Hedison Oliveira. 31st, Pablo Perucci. 32nd, Aaron Curtis. And 36th...
33rd.
Oh, 33rd, sorry, is number 36, Angel May. The alternates are Simon Watman, Greg Delacella, and Felipe Elias. And that is your grid for next Sunday's 500. We thank you so much for watching, and thank you so much to Juha and Tim for all their help behind the scenes. You guys did a great job. Fantastic. And thanks everyone for watching. We'll see you next Sunday, 1900 CEST, for our 71st running of the Indianapolis 500. This is Jason White saying so long from Indianapolis. Take care and be safe.